Good morning, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, Lincolnshire. Welcome to the show. Welcome to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. How we doing? My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. How we doing on gear? And of course, on the controls, the one and only, ladies, gents and teddy bears. The only one of his kind, innit? You know what I mean? The only one of his kind, ladies, gents and teddy bears. It is, and I'll give you Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. There we go, there's our Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby on the controls, and he's quite excited about today. In fact, we do love starting the week here. It's a great way to start your week here at Coningsby, and just admiring the training that goes on here. That's what we promote. A big shout out to everyone at RAF Coningsby. All roles, of course. There are many roles within the Royal Air Force. But of course, it's spoon time. And we do have, speaking of careers, speaking of progressing your pilot career, not just fighter pilot, we do have a training aircraft, an Embraer Phenom from RAF Cranwell, training the latest and greatest on multi-engine route, or shall we say a platform. Just bear with me 1 second. So we should get our startups very shortly. The Typhoon FGR4. Big shout out to everyone that's tuned in today. Welcome to the show. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're good. Welcome to Bomber County. My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. I hope we're all good and well and ready for today's amazing Typhoon FGR4 action. We're looking forward to today. Welcome to Lincolnshire with so much here, so many bases, so much history and lots of museums and heritage centres as well. You've got the International Bomber Command Centre, you've got the BBMF. I'm not sure the status of the museum itself, although you can get hangar tours. Metheringham, there's Woodhall Spa to have a look at, Newark Air Museum, so on and so on. There's so much around here. Do check them out. There's also Cranwell's Heritage Centre as well to have a look at. Make sure you do, and of course enjoy plane spotting as well. There are many viewing areas associated with RAF bases as well for you to enjoy. Some are open and closing, as in the gates are controlled. So for example, at the Wave car park at Waddington, if you want to go and see the Red Arrows do their sort of, you know, out of season training, you can check out the Wave car park. You've got the car park here. If the car park's full here, there's also in the, you know, you can go into Coningsby itself. There's a car park there, because we do follow the rules. You know, make sure you don't overflow it and park outside, because it is a dangerous road as well. But any questions, of course, join our community. Our community are very knowledgeable in that respect and will help you out as well. But hey, it's Typhoon FGR4 time, and hopefully in the next in the next, maybe from the end of next month into March, we're going to start probably to see some of the BBMF start to go up. It will be that time of year. So this year we're already in the looking forward to that, and looking forward to it all. Let's have a little look what we got. Oi, oi. Wow, already. Okay. So I should get a few, there we go, there's our startup. So welcome to the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears, Ted Coningsby channel here at TED HQ. And our startups have begun. the Typhoon FGR4. We do have Typhoon T3s as well, which is the family version T3. So you can look out for that. We have 5 Typhoon squadrons as well. Number 29, the Operational Conversion Unit. Number 12, number 41, the Test and Evaluation Squadron. Number 3 fighter and number 11 fighter. Lots of history associated with the base, and we'll go through that a little bit later on. RAF Coningsby is one of 2 QRA stations in Britain. Which is a 24/7, 365. No matter what day of the week it is, no matter holidays, Christmas or anything like that, looking after the skies. But of course, not forgetting RAF Bulmer, Swanwick and High Wycombe, who monitor the skies. They're the ones that locate any suspicious activity and a potential threat. They make the call. This is QRA station number 2 south at Coningsby. We've also got QRA station north at Lossiemouth. Not to forget, RAF Bryce Norton will also launch a Voyager to increase endurance if required. Also, RAF Coningsby's role is to train the latest and greatest pilots who have passed their advanced flying training from RAF Valley. Their last aircraft would have been the Hawk T2. And at Coningsby they go if it's a career path on the Typhoon. If it's the F-35B, they will go to Marham and fly with their Operational Conversion Unit 207 Squadron. Morning. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're well. Welcome to the show. Don't forget to start things off by hitting the like button. You've been cleared to taxi onto that like button. And if you haven't done so already, make sure you do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, bringing you the latest military aviation around the country, where possible. And of course, not to forget our number 17 Coningsby Air Cadets as well here. Big shout out to all roles, all sections of the Royal Air Force Coningsby Station. from the guardroom, RAF Police, MPGS, Air Traffic Control, all the armourers, all the technicians, all the ground crew, of course, doing a wonderful job. Medics, crash teams, fire and rescue, and of course those that take care of the bowsers, the transport, those that sweep the runways, the hedgehog crew, towing the aircraft around, ferries, technicians, mechanics. So many roles and opportunities in the Royal Air Force. Something to think about if you are interested in the Royal Air Force career. An Embraer Phenom. Based at RAF Cranwell. So very shortly we'll be getting our aircraft taxiing out for departure. So the Typhoon FGR4 here at Coningsby, powered by two EJ200 engines, producing over 20,000 pounds of thrust each, in an aircraft, when it's empty, only weighs 24,000 pounds. This is thrust to weight ratio. Of course, you can't fly without any fuel in it, so you will need to add some fuel, but it can take around 20,000 pound of payload. It's got 13 hard points. I'll give you a tour of the Typhoon very shortly, talk about what it's made of, why it's important of its construction, that it has a very low metal composition, so just 85% is not metal, it's 85% of composites and acrylic, so it leaves about 15% of forms of alloys, titanium, metals. Coningsby was built and finished off in November 1940, so it didn't quite make the hardened runways that the Air Ministry set out for any bomber stations that were going to be built after December 1940. So of course they would have been building this around late 30s, so 1907 the plans were put into place. Can take about 18 months to have a full station complete, although grass runways were a lot quicker to build. Just the hardened hard stands, that kind of thing, and a few buildings that would be the only sort of concrete structures. Grass runways did have benefits, although it had, of course, some cons as well. So as the aircraft got heavier, that would have not been suitable. Flooding, that was another one. The drainage of grass runways. Pros, easy to set up. If you have a grass designated runway, you could always find some stretch of land and some stretch of grass that a Spitfire, for example, could take off from. It was suitable for lighter bombers such as the Hampden, but the first residents came in 1941 in February. It was indeed 106 Squadron who came with the Handley Page Hampdens. A month later, joining them was 106 Squadron with the ill-fated, troublesome to itself, the Avro Manchester. Here we go, our first taxiing Phenom of the day. So we've got one FGR4 and a T3 as well, actually. We've got the family version Typhoon taxiing out, which will just appear onto the screens in just a moment. There it is. So perfect for training, being a two-seater, just like you would do in driving lessons. You have an instructor and, of course, the student at the front. Sugar beets getting loaded. The beat eater. Really going for it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Typhoons taxiing out that I can see that are on the move. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at Ted HQ in Lincolnshire, aka, look at that, it's like a carousel of Typhoons at the moment. Beautiful. Look at that, 6. Oh yeah. 6. I hope we're all good and ready for some food time. We're about to depart. RAF Lossiemouth has 4 Typhoon squadrons, and of course not forgetting 1435 flight at RAF Mount Pleasant, the Falkland Islands, with the 4 Typhoons over there. Named Faith, Charity, Hope and Desperation. 4 Typhoons making up the 1435 flight at the Falkland Islands. And I can hear another Typhoon spooling as well, so we may have a 7th. It is absolutely foonage time coming up. Get ready for some noise. That's what we're here for as well. Bit of noise. And our 7th Typhoon is just taxiing out now from the main ASP, Aircraft Servicing Platform. If you're not into abbreviations, don't worry, I'll always give you the translation and then you'll get used to it. The main ASP, Aircraft Servicing Platform. Pilots do just call it the main. Speaking of history as well, if you were to look on Google Maps, this very bit of land that we're in the official spotters car park would have been the original parts of the original base from its history. There's some hard stands as well, the pancakes as they're lovingly known as. Typhoons here on the Royal Air Force, along with the technology, BAE systems and the avionics constantly being updated and upgraded. It is a wonderful fighter for air superiority. It really is. With fly-by-wire, I'll give you all the details of the FCS, the flight control system. Typhoon has around about 70 computers, and I'll talk to you how that works. You better make that 8 Typhoons, because there's another 2 taxiing out. this is just the one squadron, so pretty cool. Emptying out the hangars. 29 Squadron is known as an operational conversion unit. It was a night fighter squadron back in the days. Guy Gibson was once with 29 Night Fighter Squadron with 4 aerial victories to his name. He was also a wing commander here for 106 Squadron. And they too transitioned to the Manchester, which we'll talk to you a little bit more about very shortly, or later on in the show. We'll see what we can come up with, because it does get a bit busy. And you may notice that Manchesters were really predominantly, well, from how many they had, around 202, were just in the Lincolnshire area, and that was for good reason. The fact that the aircraft performance was bad enough. It was indeed flat in Lincolnshire for its unreliable engines, and it gave a good chance for emergency landings. I mean, you can't go into a battlefield knowing that. It was actually a... Here we go. First departures coming up. Current fun has just started to shine through. Near another start up there. By the look of it. So those departures, those takeoffs straight into downwind. Of course, it depends whereabouts you're going. It's obviously opposite to where they were taking off. Heading east. Well, they were sent indeed. Here we go. So that's 4. I can't remember what we said was going on. I think we had 8, didn't we? So we've got another 4, plus there's some more that have just started up. Here we go. downwind departures, man. I hope you're enjoying them. Go. I think that could have been our 8th one, right? So we are expecting some emotion around about 1 o'clock, I think it is. I'm going to keep my eye on it, but it looks like it's just for an hour, so that should be okay. It's the current bun just sort of sticking its head through. Oh, there is another Phenom taking off. Here we go. I think it's taken off. Hang on a minute. What's going on here? It looks like our Typhoon's come round. causing a bit of a bother. Let's give you any info at the moment on it, but that's the one that took off on its own without its... let's see what's going to happen. We will get departures of the other flight. sure what's going to happen. We'll see what's going to see what the wingman is going to do, if that is. What they were a flight of 2, and it's see what the outcome is going to be. So this was meant to go with it, I'm assuming. And keeps us holding safely on the ORP. So potentially the troubleshooting has been complete and any faults been rectified, especially if this goes out, so all good. We'll see. Which is all good news. Here we go. Yes, it's looking good. That's all our Typhoons from that have taxied have gone out now. Now it's just a case of waiting. Welcome to the show. Hope you're all good and well. Let's see what else we're going to get for the day. Ted there flying his flag. Good show, old chap. don't forget to check out and support the Ted Coningsby channel via membership. It really does mean a lot, and thanks to all of you who have supported the channel from Ted's flight, his very first flight in May 2021, where the idea was sort of there, just didn't put all the pieces together. And the channel on its 5th year, and my 3rd year full-time doing this. It's been a wonderful journey, and just a big shout out to all our members, really, and thank you very much. And I hope you all of you enjoy all the perks that you get with it. And from just £1.99 a month, there are 3 levels of membership as well. You can enjoy so much from just £1.99 a month. We've made 3 memberships to suit all of you who want to support the channel. And in fact, I will just put on a Ted Coningsby advert so you can have a look at what you can get from your membership. So take it away, Teddy.
Oh yeah, ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted.
Ladies, gents and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Oh yeah.
A little bit on the old cold side, but not as bad as what we've had. Thank you so much, New Rail Basher, for gifting Ted Coningsby memberships there. Thank you so much. I mean, it's just that's just a true testament, literally, the way you all support the channel. It's just absolutely incredible. And Ted will be on in just a sec, giving you the guards marches as well. I'll talk to you a little bit about the Typhoon FGR4. Here he is, squadron leader Ted Coningsby. Oi, oi. Hey, Godzilla, 27 months membership, that's what I'm talking about. So many of you with long serving memberships. Oi, oi, been some amazing shows and catches, Nikos. Thank you very much, Air Godzilla. Guards march to you. Patch in the Fens, member for 17 months. Morning all, happy new year, and thank you. Steve Evans with a whopping 39 months membership. 39 wonderful months of fun. That's amazing. Thanks a lot there, Steve Evans. Guards march. We've got also a high five and a guards march to Andy Skinner, who's just joined our Ted Coningsby squadron. Guards march to you. Also, long-serving member is Rusty Wenzel with 34 months membership. Oi, oi, good morning from Virginia. Good morning to you from Coningsby. Debbie Solkin with 8 months membership. It's been a pleasure being with you guys. Thank you to Nikos and the crew. Thank you as well. Guards march. Mark Moody, part of our fighter squadron membership with 15 months. Couldn't be anywhere better. Gary, a high five and a guards march. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. A guards march to you. And another high five, guards march to Gary there for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Margot, thank you very much for your super chat. Perez Matman Bush, a fighter squadron member and part of our Spanner flight as well, with 28 months membership, who's put 28 brill months with the TCS, plus my first Spanniversary, having joined the Spanner flight in January 2025. Allows me to work with such dedicated crew who do so much beyond the live action. Thanks, Nikos and Ted, and thank you as well. Steve Sedman, a whopping 39 months as well, guards march. Never get dull. Wee Stevie boy, thank you for the super sticker, guards march. Dieter as well, a very talented artist of aviation, with the super sticker there, guards march. Mark as well, Mark AH for 21 months membership. Happy New Year, Ted, Nikos and co. Happy New Year to you, Mark. New Rail Basher, high five and a paw pump. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. That is amazing. Nick J. Wright, thank you. Get yourself a coffee. Thanks for all the coverage and all weathers. Thanks, Nick. A guards march to you. That's Nick Wright. Nick J. Wright. Thank you so much. Diddy, diddy. Pew, pew. Diddy, diddy. Good old Teddy. Now, normally I'll have it on the old ASP there. I'll have it on the main ASP. There's nothing on the main ASP, just underneath here. Sometimes you'll be able to catch the English Electric Lightning. It's in front of this Typhoon. There were no English Electric Lightnings stationed at Coningsby operationally, but there are 2 that are acting as gate guardians for the squadrons, if that makes sense. So number 29 squadron were operating the English Electric Lightning along with 11, so they have one outside their squadrons. Welcome to the show, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It gives me great pleasure to bring you the action from RAF Coningsby. It really does mean a lot to us here. Though I'm just having a cup of tea as well at the same time, just to keep warm, just to keep that keep the body warm. There is a little bit on the cold side, but that's fine. It's fine. It's to be expected. It is normal. I hope many of you are okay in Britain and anywhere around the world that's been affected by some extreme cold and storms and snow and all sorts. having this quick cup of tea. I won't be long. It's only a little flask. When I say a cup of tea, it's only a little flask. You know, the little tiny cap. But that's fine. It's all good. We've got to have lots of tea. Right, I think I'll just go and put this away, and then it's time to talk food. Right, let's get everything sorted then. Let's get our diagram, spoons and spoons. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the home of the Typhoon. Oh yes, here it is. There's our Typhoon. I'm going to give you a little tour of the Typhoon as well, for those that don't know. Just give me one sec. So yeah, it's quite an interesting one as well about the Typhoon, because of course it took its first flight but don't forget there were EAPs, there were prototypes that flew before 1994, and it was a Eurofighter project. In fact, the idea started off in the 60s, 70s, where they needed a fighter to dominate, to dominate the skies and protect Europe, especially through the Cold War. So the idea had already been thought about, but of course, decade after decade, imagine how much technology is around in 10 years. Imagine how technology changes from from 1 year to 10 years later. By the time you develop and build, I mean, think of the Tempest, think of the Typhoon with its first flight in 1994. It takes time to get things operationally, and then when an aircraft comes out, you don't know its capabilities. I mean, for example, the F-35, its capabilities and technology, I don't think they've scratched the surface yet of what it's really capable of, even though it has been proven. But when you start to put things, and that was the case in World War II, especially with things that had teething issues, such as the Halifax, the Stirling, and indeed the Manchester as well, which we're going to go and talk about later on. But the project started off as the Eurofighter. The name Typhoon didn't actually come until the 2nd of September 1998 at Farnborough, by the way. So it was the Eurofighter project, and then it became Eurofighter Typhoon. But other countries call it different things slightly. So Germany call it the EF2000 Eurofighter, and in the Royal Air Force we call it the Typhoon FGR4. There is a training version. It was designated first before that as a Typhoon F2, I think, or I'm pretty sure it was an F2 or FGR2. No, I'm going to go with F2, final answer. Pretty sure it had a 2 designation, but that changed because what the FGR means, it's fighter ground attack reconnaissance. Oi, oi. And it's what the Typhoon is doing. In Italy, they call it the F2000A, okay, Typhoon, and in Spain, they call it the C16 Typhoon, but also the two-seater, they call it, I think, the CE16 Typhoon. And yeah, there are a few differences between countries. For example, Austria and Germany have something omitted on their Typhoon to other Typhoons, which I'll talk to you a little bit about. So 4 countries have made this aircraft. Even the primer has a different colour primer to represent what country it's come from. Okay, I can't remember the colours. It's something I'm going to give you at some point. But you got the left wing made in Italy, right wing made in Spain. This centre section of the fuselage made in Germany, this front section, the cockpit area, this whole section made in Britain. You've got components at the rear made in Britain and Italy as well. Okay, but I'm going to go into a little bit more detail so you can have a bit more understanding. Now, the thing is with technology, as it improves, we spoke about the different types of manual radar, okay, manually operating or the passive, or the phase array, or the active AESA. Don't worry if you don't know what that means. I'm going to simplify it right now. Okay, so you start off with a particular radar. This inside here, there's a radar. I think it opens from left to right. If we were looking at it, so that way, I'm pretty sure, I can't remember what way the Typhoon's nose open, and inside you'll see this round radar with lots of little sensors on it. Yes, we started off with the Captor M, a manual, so we're going to call it a Mark 0. You've got the Mark 1, and I believe there's a Mark 2, a new one, the ASA. It stands for Active Electronically Scanned Array. This is the Typhoon's battlefield radar. It will detect everything. Okay, now it started off, I think, with Marconi and Ferranti. Okay, those companies which developed a radar system first of all. I think it was the ECR 990 Captor. But just to give you an idea, of course, a lot of this is classified. So I can't give you any information that's not available to me. So if it's available on Google, it's available to speak of, so to speak. But, you know, to give you an idea of what I have found, that it can detect aircraft 160 kilometers away. That is amazing. 160 kilometers away to detect enemy aircraft, a fighter, is amazing. That does away with the with dogfighting. Even though they do train in dogfighting, there is a scenario where you will be engaged in dogfighting if you've been spotted under radar, or you have to go above low level to be detected and you've got no other option. You know, defences are defences. Aircraft get clever, tactics get clever, so they do need to know how to initiate in BFM, basic fighter maneuvers, and initiate their tactics in their dogfighting role. Larger aircraft are in a little bit more trouble. The Typhoon can actually lock onto larger aircraft 300 kilometers away. So in a QRA scenario, they can lock onto that those unwanted aircraft that come over the North Sea and above, they can lock onto that if they wanted to, just to say, look, get out. Anyway, we're going. But they can actually prioritise 6 targets, but lock onto 20 to 30 also. But again, this is just what I've found. You know, there's obviously technology's improving. There was Hensoldt. There was Leonardo BAE Systems getting the contracts to make this latest and greatest technology. But anyway, that's the radome, and that's why it's made of different material, a glass fibre composite. But I'll talk to you about the compositions, which is why you've got a slightly different grey here, in here, and on the top here. This is a high frequency ultra high frequency antenna here, but I'm going to talk to you about those in just a second. But that is why you don't paint these. If you start to paint these, you're going to end up compromising the sort of performance of your radar. Okay, so we're gonna go from nose to tail, and then eventually the engine if I'm yeah, anyway, so right, that's the radar. The other battlefield sense, again, Austria and Germany do not have this little, almost like a CCTV thing here. It's almost like a CCTV. It is a camera. It is an IRST Pirate. It is the infrared sensors, night and day. I believe it's got four different filters. Okay, not a selfie filter, but it's in high definition X-ray style heat detecting, heat signature detecting. It's an IRST. It's like a FLIR. It's like a forward-looking infrared, but different on the IRST. We won't go into too much detail, but what it does, basically, it can detect, search, and see the skies in absolute cover of darkness. Okay, so it's able to detect. So you may have seen like Crime Watch, like, you know, documentaries, or those you know, those documentaries they make about the police helicopters with their infrared at night. It's like that basically. Okay, but Austria and Germany decided not to have it. You can also use it, bizarrely, at night to land. Okay, you can actually use it as a landing as well. Right, so underneath here, okay, when it's parked up, you've got four covers that cover the ADPs, the aircraft data pitos. Now there's four, they're like bits of metal and they move. They send data to the four lanes of computers. Now the Typhoon is fly-by-wire. It's controlled by a flight control system, FCS. That's the official name for the fly-by-wire. And each lane has about 18 or 17 computers, making up 70. So the Typhoon, one of the lanes could be knocked out completely. That's about 17 or 18 computers, but it can still fly. Can it start up again? No. Computer says no, it will need starting up. So that's that. These are the four planes. Okay, the four planes here, these little wings here. Look at the Typhoon. Doesn't have elevators. So it has four planes. It controls the angle of attack. So the four planes move up. Typhoon, angle of attack pushes up, the nose pushes up. Four planes push down. You can use it to bunt or tip the Typhoon downwards, or use it as a form of a speed brake. The air brake itself is here, by the way, but we'll talk to you about that in just a moment. Now, the Typhoon's method of intakes is an S-duct system. Now, the S-duct inlets, there are two intakes here. These are variable cowlings. These move, these cowlings, to control how much air goes in depending on speed. The S-duct system is literally shaped like a letter S. The reason for having this style is not unique to the Typhoon, but if you look straight into the Typhoon's intakes, you'll notice that you cannot see the fan, the first stage of the compressor system. All right, that hides the heat signature. Radar also loves objects of metal and heat. Well, it's not going to get it on the Typhoon, so it stops that bouncing around in there. All right, so that's called an S-duct. You've also got this diverter, a splitter, so to speak. It's a boundary layer diverter, and the point of that is draggy air, low pressure air. When the Typhoon's flying, you're going to get drag across the top here, okay, and that creates a low pressure amount of air. Air sticks to the surfaces of objects as it flies through. In aviation, it's called the boundary layer. Now, the problem with that, in fact, I was going to show you I'm going to see if I can do this. You know my little windmill, handheld windmill I've got? I was going to blow two types of air and just to see how it rattles. But what I'm saying is, if you imagine a big fan and you've got draggy air here, okay, it's going to hit draggy air, low pressure on the top, and then your nice air just flowing nicely on the bottom. So as it spins, the fan can actually start to get a little bit emotional and fatigue, and then it could damage the aircraft. It could also control supersonic air that's going in as well, because too much air can also become a issue as well. So there's our intakes there. You've got some, let's have a look. You've got the forward leading edges here, which can make the Typhoon do some wonderful maneuvers as well. You've got our flapperons here, okay. So the flapperons, the way it work, left up, right flapperon down, the Typhoon will roll to the left. roll to the left. Sorry, that was the other way. So that up, a roll to the left. Flapper on the right up, flapper on down, the Typhoon will roll to the right, okay? So there you go, you can use it for those maneuvers as well. Right, another question I get asked, what is this here? What is this exhaust or intake here? That is the Ram heat exchanger intake, and the reason for that, when used excess amount of reheat or afterburners, the engines are going to get extremely hot. This allows a scoop of air, Ram intake, to cool down the engines from the amount of reheat used. You got the fuel vent here. I don't know if you noticed on one of the takeoffs we had a bit of fuel vent coming out. This is normal, it's for good reason, to keep a nice flow of fuel. Negative G can also vent fuel out. You'll see that evaporating. Negative G spits it out because you don't want an airlock in your fuel line. You'll end up having some problems with your engine, which we'll talk about. This is a survival MAW more. This is a missile approach warning antenna here, this little probe. This little cap between the engines, that's where the drag chute, the brake chute comes out for emergencies. If we have a look underneath the Typhoon, okay, so let's start off with this. This is your decoy pylon. This will on the F-35, it's called a FOTD, fiber optic tow decoy. I'm going to guess potentially it's like a lanyard of a fiber optic cable. I don't know too much about it. I don't know if the RAF actually use it, but it's there. That's what that one's for. Underneath, like I said, you've got 13 hard points underneath. Before I talk to you about the hard points, if your enemy has detected you via your heat, you can fire flares. That's where those flares are here, the flare dispensers. If it's a guided missile, then you're going to use your chaff dispensers, which are located around here and here. They're bits of metal to fool enemy radar, whether it's a guided ordnance that's after you or not. Okay, so you can fool enemy radar. Failing that, an old school tactic, if it's a heat seeking, just aim for the sun. So we're going to talk to you a little bit about the 13 hard points. The Typhoon could take a lot of ordnance from paveways to ASRAMs, Storm Shadow, various amounts of paveways, etc. 20,000 pounds of payload, 13 hard points. So the 13th one we're going to dedicate to the centre fuel tank, and then you're now left with 6 on each side. 1 on each side can fit a drop tank. Now we're left with an ordnance of 5 on each side. Okay, so you can have 3 drop tanks, leaving you 10 hard points left, so 5 and 5. You can fit 2 missiles here and here. Okay, so now you're left with 3 more to add onto the wing. Okay, so 3 on the wing, 2 just here, so on 2 here, and then 3 on that wing. All right, hope that made sense. You've also got a little intake here I think it's to cool down the instruments as well. I think I've got everything. There's also a BK-27 Mauser cannon. I think it was the same as on the Tornado, wasn't it? There's the grill. It fires from about here, which again I will show in just a moment. And the Typhoon is powered by the 2 EJ200 engines. Let's have a little look what's going on in there. So the Typhoon's some fun stats for you. I'll give you a bit of fun as well. The Typhoon has about 30 kilometers of cable, by the way, inside the fuselage. There's our Typhoon. Again, 4 different countries, like I said. In white, it's your carbon fiber composites. In the green, so here, and on the top, that's glass reinforced plastics. There's 15% of the red and the blue. That's going to be, blue is aluminium and the red is titanium. So those 4 planes are made of titanium, and so are the leading edge slats here and the parts of the flaperons here. You've also got aluminium alloy as well. Our wonderful Typhoon engine, okay, again, 4 different countries or 4 different manufacturers produce this. So we've got Rolls-Royce, MTU, which make up 30%, Avio Aero and ITP Aero. They make, if you want to have a look at what they make, each company, there you go, that's what they do. The Typhoon's got a 3-stage low pressure compressor. They're called blisks, they're titanium. They're not your traditional where you add the blades to it. It's one complete unit called a blisk. That gives you a less weight. I mean, it's amazing. It's short of 4 meters long, this engine. That's 13 feet and 1 inch. It weighs about just over 2 tons, or sorry, it weighs 2,204 pounds. If you want to do that in tons, I don't know what that is yet. So you've got a 3-stage low pressure compressor and then a 5-stage high pressure compressor. 3 of the first sections are blisks, and then you've got 2 conventional. Okay. Now the beauty of the Typhoon is that it's compact and powerful. It is able to super cruise. It's got its own restart system. If there's a flame out, it will do it automatically. Now so the air's going in and it compresses the air 26 times the pressure. The bypass ratio is 0.4. The reason why you have a bypass, if you don't know, better airflow, it's a lot more economical and keeps a little bit of noise down. Not that we want that. But if you didn't have any bypass, it would probably not flow as good, which is why you need to have an element of bypass as well. The reason why you compress air, as we spoke before, you're compressing air, you're getting a lot more air compressed, and it's a lot more combustible. Again, if you were to pump your tyres on your bicycle or your football, the pump gets hot, so it gets really hot in here. This is the combustion chamber. You've now got a lot of air squeezed. That's the beauty about having compressed air. Think of scuba diving tanks. There's a lot of oxygen in those tanks. Think of the orange juice carton that claims to have 4 million oranges in just 1.5 litre carton. That's what I'm talking about. It's squeezing as much air in as possible and making it a lot more economical and combustible. Spray nozzles mix in with the compressed air, bang. Now that explosion, this is called a twin spool system, where you have turbines. You have a high pressure turbine, okay, which actually powers the 5 high pressure compressors, and then you've got another disc here which is a low pressure turbine, and that powers 3 those large fans, those 3 low pressure compressors. So it's powering each other, so to speak. The combustion moves the turbines, with the shaft moves the compressors. It is absolutely phenomenal. But if you were to have it just there, that is a jet engine. Okay, that's your, I don't know, Boeing 747, a Trent, an F-117 engine off the C-17, whichever. All right, afterburner or reheat is different. Think about the word reheat and afterburner. You're burning something after you're heating something or reheating something. Okay, and what that means is that you're now, these are little spray bars that I've added here. What this means is adding pure fuel to hot gases. It needs to be specially insulated so it doesn't melt the thing. And the thing is, okay, you've not got your compressed air anymore, it's just hot gases. Pure fuel, ignite that, bang, that's why you got all those flames out. It's pure power, but it uses a lot more fuel. But this is why it's called a reheat or afterburner, because it has a separate chamber and you're burning it after. Again, it's not compressed air that's doing that, it's actually just good old hot gases. Hope that makes sense. 13,500 pound of thrust dry, 20,200 with the reheat afterburner. Hello.
Hey up.
Ambassador Window Systems getting on the Ted Coningsby channel there. Big shout out. Are you spotting the reds?
There's 3 coming in. There's 2 from Coningsby and 1 from Cranwell.
Oh, right. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
According to my...
Yeah, that's fine. That's cool. That's helpful.
Coming over from Spilsby way.
Oh, yeah, I can see them. Just over there. They were earlier this morning, but I don't think we're going to see them from here today, unfortunately.
No, it's a shame.
Yeah, but I might go over there on Wednesday if the weather's good, which I think it is.
Yeah, it's about good
shorts and t-shirt weather.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Don't go that far.
I can't see it.
Hey, everyone's got a mate that wears shorts every day of the year, right? I think we all have, don't we?
Oh, alright.
You saw somebody on the bike this morning.
Here they come. So they're coming in trails.
Oh, they're not going to come in a set of 3?
No. So they're coming in using what looks like the ILS in trails. Look at that, accurate.
Yeah, here comes one. See him coming in now. Oh, shouldn't you bloody thing?
Oh, nice touch and go. Here we go. So the airframe on the Typhoon can pull a good 9G. And the thing is with the Typhoon, it can actually hold 9G. It's not going to be a quick affair with 9G. It's going to be locked in 9G if it wanted to. I can hear some engines spooling at the moment. So we're just waiting for the Typhoons to turn back round into the getting into the circuit. Usually turn round sort of roundabouts the Spilsby, East Kirkby sort of area. And of course, don't forget to check out East Kirkby as well, the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. And again, for those that went to our Ted Coningsby International Air Ted Do 3.0, we raised just over £3,000 for Just Jane on that night at the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. Here comes the Typhoon now. In the downward position, just to assist in slowing down the aircraft. Beautiful. Let's have a look what we got there. the family version Typhoon. Right, we got, yeah, we do. I can see some Typhoons about to take off as well. Don't know how many, but we've got certainly got the one. So look to the, no, definitely just the one at the minute anyway. But nice to get more movement. You know how it is. It's starting to get a little bit chilly, but I've got plenty of tea to keep me going. And for those that just joined us, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, home of the Typhoon and the BBMF as well, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. And because the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight are a regular unit, which means that this is now once again technically Bomber County, as the Avro Lancaster is in the inventory of the BBMF. Yes, it's not going to be in the skies this year, possibly towards the late of 2027, as it's having a major servicing and overhaul and maintenance. We also got a C-47 Dakota, a selection of Spitfires, a good handful of them, a couple of Hurricanes, and we've also got the de Havilland Chipmunks as well for training. And around April we may see the yellow training T6 Harvard as well, that's used. It's not in the BBMF inventory, but it does get used as part of the training to complete the BBMF training for the year for the fighters. I believe it's part of the Rolls-Royce Heritage, that one, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that one, but I'm going to go with it. I think it's from Derby. I wonder if it comes from there. Could be wrong on that one. Looks like we've got 3 Typhoons, 4 Typhoons. Yeah. Rack 'em up. And I can hear more Typhoons spooling as well. So, oh, sorry about that. Missed some incoming there. Miss the departures, didn't I? Free in the picture there, that's quite cool. I like that. Love shots like that. To have lots going on in one go, I like it. Beautiful. Oh, it's a lovely smell, and I don't blame you if you're going to envy me with the smell of jet fuel. It smells good. A few more departures coming up in just a moment. I hope you're enjoying the show. Ted Coningsby here live at RAF Coningsby in the official viewing area. Hope you're good. Maybe I can get some jet fuel smell in a bottle or a sample. I think sample form, you know, in a little strip or something, so you can smell the surroundings while you're watching the live stream. That could be an idea if I can find a way of doing that safely as well. Probably not the bottle version. That could potentially cause a few risks, but certainly in a scratch and sniff. A set of scratch and sniff cards where you can scratch the low flying area as well, that mountainous smell, and the it is an idea anyway. Okay, so we've got Typhoon. Oh, hello, Typhoon's just taxiing up there now. The Typhoon FGR4, the Royal Air Force. Max speed is 1.8 Mach. Now, I know on paper, I know many of you will have probably seen a 2.0, but the Royal Air Force have tuned it down. And don't worry, it's probably to do with tuning the engine, so it's a lot more, has a lot more response and acceleration. Not that it needs it. The Typhoon is capable from releasing the brakes, and in 8 seconds it's able to climb in a 50 to a 60 degree straight vertical climb. But the thing is, while it's doing that, after 8 seconds it's able to accelerate vertically, so straight up but accelerating. Okay, and that's because of the thrust to weight ratio. It's able to accelerate into the climb vertically, which not many aircraft can do. Now, thrust to weight isn't always dedicated to the departures. If you see the Typhoon at air shows, it will do a max alpha, a high alpha maneuver, and it can just accelerate, where most aircraft like an F-18 or F-16 will need to pick up the speed to do that. The G-suit as well, it's phenomenal, the Striker G-suit. Of course, we're all experiencing 1G. G, force of gravity. 1G is you're stood, so 0 is weightlessness. So when you hear about G and 2G, 4G, 5G, 6, 7, 8, 9, we're not talking about the the network of 4 and 5G. We're talking about forces of gravity at 9G. 9G means you now weigh, it's not very flattering, but this is the force of it, you now weigh 9 times. That's 9 times the force of gravity. So when you hear aircraft maneuvering like that, and the thing about the Typhoon, it's not a quick burst and that's the end of the 9G. The Typhoon can actually hold 9G all day long, and the pilots have told me it's impossible to touch the control screens with your hand if you're going to pull 9G. You now weigh 9 times, which is amazing, and that's the recommended airframe stress of Gs that the Typhoon can take. Now, can it take more than 9G? There are instances where the Typhoon can actually pull more than 9G, or any aircraft can go over the limit, because it depends on the wind. So if the Typhoon was pulling a 9G turn and the wind was pushing in that sort of same direction, you can actually get up to like 9.4G, and that's all thanks to the wind as well. With that, so like I said, the high alpha or the max alpha maneuver going really slow, about, I don't know, 125 knots or so. But the thing is, the Typhoon can accelerate straight up, and that's thrust to weight ratio. Now, from brakes release after 8 seconds, the Typhoon can get to, depending on the pilot, 185 miles per hour, and then pull up 50-60 degree into a straight vertical climb that accelerate. And 22 seconds later, from pulling up on departure, so basically 0 to 30 seconds, it can go supersonic, which is absolutely quite incredible. Now, with all that G that we spoke about, there is oxygen force fed down the pilot's throat to assist in keeping, you know, keeping a well-being with that, keeping physically okay of pulling, because it does tighten up. The pilots are trained to tense and tighten up. The striker suit, the G suit, has like a horseshoe, and the G suit is made to inflate to protect the pilot from losing, you know, the circulation of blood pulling such 9Gs as well. It's very clever. So oxygen becomes, or the pilot will find it really extremely difficult to breathe. So what happens is that the G suit and the oxygen with the oxygen connected, it's able to actually force oxygen down the pilot, you know, into the lungs, so the pilot can breathe. Negative G, you can tell when a pilot is pulling negative G. So basically, if a pilot was going along and just bunted the aircraft straight down, that's a negative G. Or an outside turn like that, that's negative G as well. So that's when the forces of gravity, the blood is now going to the head rather than to our feet. You're feeling the force of gravity negative, and that can be quite nasty. You can start to grey out and see red, things like that. And you can tell when the pilot is actually experiencing negative G, because if you ever see any in-flight footage, the tassels are pointing upwards, so that's not right, is it? Gravity is forcing things down, so that's why you can tell on in-flight footage. Got a couple more Phoons, about 3 or 4 departing very shortly. Let's have a quick look. Oh, it is 4, yep. And then we've got one here just getting out the way. And the thing is that I can still hear Typhoon spooling, so we're going to get a few more departures by the sound of it anyway. Typhoons, hang on a minute. 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Typhoons down there ready for departure. Can you see that? And more. I can hear more spooling on the south side of the base, so there's another one taxiing as well. 7, I think there's an 8th one coming as well. 8 Typhoons, yep, 8 Typhoons ready for departure. This is incredible. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can see 7. 8. I think there's the 8th one now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on your screen. There's 7, and I think there's another one taxiing up to join them. So you can definitely hear the other one. It's close to us. Plenty more to come out. Hope you're all good. Thanks for joining us, and thank you to all of you who hit the subscribe button as well. It means a lot as well. It's only January and we're already on 121.4k, so somewhere to start the year off in style, which is absolutely incredible. So thank you, all of you. Where will the year take us? You know what, let's take just one takeoff at a time and just enjoy every day. And it's been some fun streams already this year. It's been incredible. Our first stream at Coningsby was good, and then suddenly Lincolnshire produced a director's dream, in my own honest opinion. Whoever saw last week's sunset stream is in my opinion, it's what movies wish they were. And it's you know, it's nothing fancy about my kit. Guy with the camera. I don't want to overshoot that, but you know, that sunset was just, you couldn't paint that, or you could, but you just had to be there and see the colours of the sunset stream last Wednesday. Was probably one of the best sunsets, I think. It was just one after the other. And if you were tuned in, let us know for that one. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the screen, 7, and I can hear more, so I probably can't fit any more there. See ya! And again, you know, a true testament, and I've always said this, a true testament to the ground crew for having these aircraft serviceable, because without them, and I always speak about the legacy every time you come to a Royal Air Force station, think about the heritage, the lineage, even though I prefer saying lineage. I know one of them's wrong, but I do like saying lineage, it just sounds good. Here we go. Here we go. The lineage, or lineage, you know, when the legacy, as ready as they were to scramble in the Second World War, they're as ready as they are today. That legacy lives on. The very footsteps that were taken here in 1941 as our first squadron that was here, still going today. And it was in 1969 that Coningsby entered the fighter era, as it was a bomber county from 1940 right up to 1968-69. Saw the Phantoms arrive with number 6 squadron, changing the era. Speaking of eras, Coningsby entered the jet era in 1953 with the English Electric Canberra. Cup of tea, I think. Very rarely do we ever see the afterburners on or the reheats. We do have another Typhoon taxiing now for departure, but it's always good to see carrots. Typhoon taxiing out for departure. It should be on your screens very shortly. There it is. There we go, just the one, I think, from what I can see. So again, welcome to the show and welcome to one of 2 QRA stations in Britain. In the United States, they have what's called NORAD. That's the equivalent. They have around 5 NORAD sections or areas. And of course there's lots of ground-based military and civilian radars that are constantly monitoring, detecting and identifying the UK airspace, and we're talking about a 24/7 365 days a year. Some very interesting places, and of course also Fylindales as well is very interesting. Not part of the QRA, but something a little bit more different, shall we say, for a warning system. But I'll talk to you about that. Maybe possibly a video that I could make. I'll get in contact with the relevant peoples for that one. But of course, it's all about coordination and coordinating the response on the ground stations and information on radar sites across the UK and from civilian aircraft and intelligence agencies. With a surveillance team, they basically have what's called a CRC, a Control Reporting Centre, and that's at RAF Bulmer, and that's near Davy, and they identify and share the recognised air picture called a RAP, and that's shared to National Air and Space Operations Centre, NASOC, at the RAF High Wycombe. And NASOC decide that the threat is sufficient to scramble Typhoon. So it goes from Bulmer to Wycombe, who will make that choice using NASOC, and then pass on the order back to the CRC at RAF Bulmer. So the CRC, they've got direct contact with pilots, for example, RAF Lossiemouth, and then they'll pass on the scramble message. Of course, being where Lossiemouth is, they do tend to get a lot more QRAs on that type of nature. It's not only aircraft as well, they do ships as well. So, you know, pilots are then ordered to scramble, for example, and that's literally it. I won't say it, but you say scramble 3 times, and pilots and engineers constantly ready. There are pilots and engineers and aircraft ready to go, push up a button, ground crew, whatever they're wearing at night, just run out, marshal the aircraft up. And the adrenaline must be absolutely off the charts. And the ongoing coordination once the aircraft is airborne, they don't know if it's going to be that day where they have to make that move, but RAF air traffic controllers at Swanwick 78 Squadron. Now this is where Swanwick number 78 Squadron, they'll work with civilian counterparts to ensure these Typhoons can follow the most direct route to clear the traffic out of the way to let the Typhoon go and intercept. And if it is a civilian aircraft, let's say in and around sort of Essex area, the airport as known as Stansted Airport, that's a designated airport for a hostage situation where you escort an aircraft on the ground. Now they embedded within Swanwick Centre are NATS and the UK's main civil air service providers, and the operators, the RAF Airspace Systems operators at High Wycombe and air traffic controllers at Swanwick, which are 78 Squadron, continuously coordinate response with the scrambled Typhoons to extend that in case they need it. So for example, if there's a aircraft having a lot of, say it was Squawking 7600 that wasn't flying a flight plan, NASOC will probably go, right, there's something wrong here. RAF Bryce Norton will scramble a Voyager to assist potentially to get that aircraft down and escorted safely. They may need to do that, and it's usually 2 Typhoons. Once 2 Typhoons have been scrambled, there are other Typhoons on alert, ready as a standby as well. You just don't know what you're going to wake up into in the mornings. So once the threat is interrupted any rogue aircraft close to UK airspace, they'll escort it north out of the area of interest, and that's the UK's area of interest. Who makes the call? It is actually a call to London. It is the Prime Minister that would actually give the yes or no to, you know what button I'm on about. But yeah, if it goes to that level, if they are going to do that, for those that are interested. And I believe RAF Mount Pleasant in the Falkland Islands, I believe that is technically a QRA station. Departures. It's coming up to very close to midday. I hope you've all enjoyed it so far. It's been a cracking morning. Just move out of the way. Don't forget to get your beanies. Beanies are available online, tedconingsby.co.uk, with or without the pom-pom, you choose. And yeah, what a morning we've had. Really, really good. Lots of movement here at Coningsby. Really amazing stuff. And I hope you've enjoyed it as well. We're going to go and have a quick cup of tea, keep warm. I might have a little bite to eat as well, just to keep that blood pumping around there. But I hope you enjoyed it. Please hit that like button and do subscribe to your Ted Coningsby channel. Lots of amazing history here, which I'll talk to you about after my break. And you know what happens when I talk history? We get aircraft, so all is good. So I'm going to have a quick break, and yeah, I'll be in the chats as well while I'm having a little scoff. Ted's going to go and have some salmon. But what a morning, absolutely brilliant. And you know, as aviation enthusiasts, you know how it is. We just take these days to, you know, never take every day for granted. Basically, you do get a lot of quiet days. It is sporadic, and it should be. It is military at the end of the day. The boys and girls need to do their training, and so things like this, that we've got lots of newcomers that wonder if there's a schedule. There isn't, for protection and security, and we do things carefully and correctly. So do enjoy the channel if you're new to it. Ask questions about the aircraft and history, and I'll be on the show in just a moment. See ya. You okay? Good. Oh wow, cool. All right. Oh nice, good to be back then, I guess.
3 years ago.
Oh wow.
I brought back memories.
Yeah, I bet.
How long are you going to brave it out to?
Sorry?
How long are you braving it out to?
I don't know yet.
I've just been the other side of the base this morning.
Yeah. I'll see how long I can go for.
Cold like.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I normally finish around 3, so. But there is some rain coming later on.
What was that?
I'm going to keep an eye on it in case it's sort of
Weather's been awful since I've been back.
Man, let's hope.
Good to finally meet you anyway.
Yeah, you too, man. What's your name?
Hey, Chris.
Chris. Nice to meet you, Chris. Yeah, nice one, man.
Look after yourself.
Take care. Just one sec, I'm just going to swap the mags over. Got to swap the mags over. Even the cars need a bit of a rundown on the history in just a moment. Right, be right back. comes the rain already. Hang on. Here comes the rain. No rest for the wicked. Hang on. Just put on a quick jumper on it and I'll be back in a moment with the proper rain cover. But it will do, it does the job. care, you too, Chris. See you, mate. Bye. Typhoon inbound. So I've got a Typhoon inbound as well, and my lunch cut short there. I think it was inbound. Let me just it's really raining now. Hang on a minute, I haven't actually put the proper cover on it yet. Let's get this cover on quickly. So just bear with me, get it? Yeah, bear with me a minute. Let me get this cover on. Yeah, that should be all good. There we go. Alright, I think we're all good to go. I think that's all right. Hello, sorry if I was in the way there. Should be alright, that. Oh, hello. Wasn't expecting that. I had it ready for landing. Oh well. Might miss this one a minute. Oh, you gotta love it. Let's just put that on there. Right, there we go. We're on now. We're on the goodness me, it's a bit breezy, isn't it, as well? Goodness me. Oh well, it's time to get the old wiper blades out. Got a seaside effect here with the seagull. Do you hear that? Yeah. Squawking seagull hawk. Yeah, I'm hoping it is exactly as predicted. Not much rain, hopefully as predicted. Let's hope it is true. Because if it is, it should just blow over in about 10 minutes. If I don't trust it, you know, just, you know, sometimes we get a little bit excited, you know. Whew. Oi, oi. Right, I'm just going to carry on my cup of tea. Just give me a sec. If I see that typhoon coming back, I'll get back up there. It's looking a bit emotional for now, and it should clear up in a bit, I think, the rain. I'm not sure if it's just going to stay grey all day, but Wednesday's looking good, and I'm not sure about tomorrow. Tomorrow looks quite bad in some respect. Tomorrow doesn't look great, does it? I don't know if you've seen the weather for tomorrow in the UK. It looks quite emotional. Wednesday's good. Thursday, oh dear. Oh man, Thursday's looking awful, isn't it? That looks awful, man. Wednesday's looking good. Tomorrow and Thursday. Right, Thursday looks, well, it's drier in the sea, I think, on Thursday. It's coming from the southwest and then just sort of working its way. So, yeah, I don't know if I could do a mini stream, like a half day, maybe on Thursday somewhere. Oh, look, it does look rough on Thursday. Just one of those weeks. Wednesday, well, hopefully Friday's good. Friday, if it's Friday is a good day, then we're on. Right, I'm going to continue my cup of tea. thinking about history and planes turned up. That's fine. Typhoons in emotional weather. And through history, our good old British weather has played on our side on many occasions, but also caused chaos when loading up the bombs during the Second World War. If you put any wet ordnance, wet payload in the bomb bay, and when you start to reach altitudes, the wet bombs would freeze up on their connectors and would struggle to be ejected. But also the weather for escorting bombers or on the return support would also be impacted. Bombers would usually be okay, but when the weather got worse for visibility, the fighters were sometimes grounded and the bombers would be left to fend for themselves. You can see the nose and the top of the Typhoon's tail, a different shade of grey, as we mentioned about the sensitivity of those parts. Just sort the screen out there quickly. There we go. All is good. And I'll just see what else we've got. I think there's another two potentially too that are not too far away. Let me just double check. The answer to that is not yet, so that's cool. One of the fascinating things for me is really the story of the Avro Manchester. I know. Give me a second. Let me just go and get. I think it's dry enough to bring my diagrams up here. Give me one sec. Yeah, one of the most extraordinary stories for me, and you may have seen a sort of an anniversary post of 85 years of the Lancaster, but it has a bit of a funny edge to that story, because it was technically on that anniversary, what they're saying, it was BT 308. Now this prototype wasn't even called the Lancaster on its first prototype flight, and I believe it was at Boscombe Down. But the thing is, it was going to be called the Manchester Mark III, because the Avro Lancaster and the Avro Manchester, they actually have the same specification. Okay, in fact, it's got the same specification, believe it or not, as the Handley Page Halifax. And what's going on there? And yet the first ever four-engine heavy bomber of the Royal Air Force, although planned to be the Supermarine, designated as Supermarine 317, the short Sterling took to the skies July 1940 as being official operationally on that day. And yet the same year we had an entry of a twin-engine bomber, the Manchester, and just in that same month a four-engine Halifax took to the skies. So 1940 was a bit of an interesting year for bombers of the Royal Air Force, and it's rather interesting because we have to look at why on the next submission did they think about twin-engine bombers. All right, when they proposed a four-engine bomber, and yet the twin-engine bomber, and you're probably thinking, okay, what's going on here? And I'll make it a little bit more clear. The short Sterling, the Air Ministry's specification was B-12, okay, for heavy bomber, the letter B. 12 was the, how should we say, the issue, the number of issue. It goes up, it goes numerical, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, goes up ascendingly with each issue, and the /36 will tell you the year, so 1936, and there'll be all sorts of requirements. Okay, so if the Royal Air Force after B-1236, okay, wanted a fighter with a specification, it had 400 miles per hour, it had to carry 2 rockets. I am making this up, by the way, but if it was the case, then the next issue, okay, so we've got a B-12, all right, it would be F for fighter 13, it goes up one, and then if there was another fighter after that with it'll be 14, then 15 and 16, and then when it goes to the new year, like in 1937, it'll start to number 1. I hope that makes sense. Each Air Ministry specification wanted a particular thing, so it makes me think, what happened then on the next issue, a letter P meaning medium bomber 13, the next issue, same year. But why did they want a twin-engine bomber? Which the Handley Page Halifax is a four-engine bomber, and the reasons why it was developed first as prototypes with 2 engines, but it didn't really work out very well, and especially the teething problems of the Manchester, it would all make sense very shortly. The reasons for another specification after the four-engine bomber was to actually replace the Hampdens, the really aging Blenheims, and of course the very, very reliable Vickers Wellington bomber. So the idea was Handley Page submitted their ideas, they went ahead with it, and also Avro and Roy Chadwick put together their version, which was indeed the Avro Manchester. Now, it's quite an interesting story. Now, the specifications was interesting as well for the Manchester as well, and just literally that specification. So the specification was it had to have 8,000 pound of bomb load. It was they also were experimenting with being able to be assisted with being catapulted, not on a carrier, but to be catapulted from the runway. Yes, they did that. When things improve, technology improves, the fact that they were going to load this up with 8,000 pound of bombs, it was quite heavy. They needed they were thinking about catapult, and it had to be a twin-engine monoplane, all metal. And I say all metal because the Mosquito was rejected many times because they felt that Geoffrey de Havilland was regressing in technology by showing off his amazing aircraft, which luckily they did accept in the end, because it was made out of wood. They were thinking, it's made out of wood, today's planes are made out of metal, keep with times. But the thing is, well, they didn't realise that the power to weight ratio on a Mosquito it was in the making of the world's first ever multi-role. It could outmaneuver, outclass any bomber going anyway. But that's another story. Also, quite new in some ways as a bit of a creature comfort, was to actually come up with something to give a more of a comfortable flight. They also, I know, because they felt that, you know, a happy crew, a happy bomber. So they actually created a porthole in the wing to feed air through to the radiator and to give the crew some warmth. It also had an internal toilet just behind the main cabin. They had to have metal plating. There was a few things. It also had to be able to be capable of having two 18-inch, that's 460mm torpedoes as well. So each Air Ministry specification was, you know, just think about it. I've mentioned this a lot of times, that just think of the money and the income, the economy boost for that town or village or whichever factory, you know, the work, employment, you know, small towns relied on things like this, and staff, you know, payment. I'm talking history, and now we're going to get a takeoff. The reason why I'm talking to you about the Avro Manchester is the fact that it was here, it was relied upon, and the thing is, the first ever prototype flew, the Avro Manchester flew on the 25th of July 1939. And the reason why I'm telling you this, of the 209 ever made, is that it, because of its failure, evolved into the Avro Lancaster. Now, it's fair to say that potentially the birthday of the Lancaster was probably made either later, if you want to believe when it was given the name, or right as far back as when the Manchester was forming, but it had a really bad reputation. Now, for those that don't know, it looked exactly like the Lancaster, and I'll give you an idea of that. And it's really important that we understand I'm just trying to give you sorry, I'm just trying to give you what the Manchester looked like. And look at it, you know, 207 Squadron received the very first and operated out of RAF Waddington, the Avro Manchester. The Manchester had a triple tail or triple stabilizer, had this fin here on the Mark 1, okay? You know, and the beauty of this was in the engines, okay? Roy Chadwick and his crew, sounds good, doesn't it? Roy Chadwick and his crew created something that was going to potentially be a beautiful aircraft. EM is the markings for 207 Squadron. As we know, they fly and operate out of Marham. 207 Squadron are the operational conversion unit. But it was the engines that were the failure. Meanwhile, on the same specification, Handley Page produced their version, but they ended up having 4 engines on it. Okay, and they were allowed to do so because of the evolution, and let's face it, we didn't really have a lot, because the Sterlings they were having a few issues with it. Really amazing little fact sheet, really. And you know, it could take an 8,000-pound bomb. They introduced this turret, I forgot the name of it. Oh goodness me, it began with the B. I forgot that name of that turret because it was on the turret. They didn't really like that, and especially having a central fin, they found it was vibrating too much. That's why they got rid of it. But the problems with the engine, all right, and it's identical to the fact that the wingspan was 90 foot, other than the Lancaster's 102 feet. The width, the length, the fuselage was pretty much the same, but it was the engines that were the failure for the Avro Manchester. Now I'm going to show you what happened. So they created a Mark 1A and got rid. I don't have a Manchester. They're very rare. You'll have to modify and make a Manchester. But they got rid of the problems and extended this by about 3 meters, 1.5 meters either side, this H, okay? And they come up with another prototype Manchester, and it seemed to be okay. Now there's a lot of debate whether it was forced into combat. We didn't really have a lot. We had the Sterlings that had their own issues. The Halifaxes, they had these kidney fins on the H tail, and it was causing all sorts of problems. But the Manchester's problems were these Vulture engines, and it was a twin engine bomber. The Vulture engines had like, I think it had 2 intakes in here, and it was basically 2 Rolls-Royce Peregrine engines stuck together. They were rated around 800 horsepower, these Peregrine engines, but they come up with a twin Peregrine engine called the Rolls-Royce Vulture. On paper, it sounded amazing. 1,760 horsepower. Get on. But it was brilliant. Or was it? So they put the 2 engines on, these Vulture engines. That's when problems started to happen. A lot of deaths wasn't to do with being shot down. A lot of them were to do with the problems with the engines. The ball bearings were the issue, first of all. They'd heat up. Heating up was the problem, and rods from the pistons. There were occasions where pilots would report pistons flying out. If that wasn't bad enough, when you've got one engine overheating, usually you'll hear pilots feathering an engine. It had trouble feathering, so it couldn't fly on the one engine either. At night, if you managed to fly well in your Manchester and still, get away with engine problems, sparks would always come out of the engine as well. They actually could not fix that. It was grounded around 6 times. Didn't even see the end of the war. In fact, it was remarkably noisy. Pilots were then basically had no option but to go back to their Hampdens, and this happened here. But anyway, Roy Chadwick and his crew didn't give up. And what happened? They started again. They got rid of the engine. They extended. Well, Handley Page made a 4 engine. They thought, let's do the same with ours, and increased the wingspan by 6 foot either side, giving it 102 feet wingspan. They added 4 new engines, reliable, less power, but reliable, 1,300 horsepower rated Rolls-Royce Merlin 20 engines. Okay, they BT-308 flew on the 9th of January 1941. It wasn't even called a Lancaster yet officially. It was a prototype, and it was going to be called the Manchester Mark III. They had the triple stabilizer configuration, but they didn't like that. And then a couple of months later, DG595 looked like this, the Avro Lancaster, flying and operating out of Boscombe Down, I think it was. And just before it entered service, it arrived officially on Christmas Eve of 1941, and they gave it a name, the Avro Lancaster. Names of aircraft are usually given the go-ahead, but themed, but usually given the go-ahead by, well, at that time, the Air Ministry had to get a thumbs up, and the theme were towns. Okay, so if you look at Avro, the Lincoln, the York, Lancaster, Manchester, etc. Okay, so there you go. And I think Vickers also went with towns, didn't they? They went Wellington, Warwick, etc. But there we go. That's a bit of history of the Manchester. It didn't make it. 1942, early stages of 1942. I mean, they had 200 of these floating around, but I think less by then that were made. I think about 25% were lost in engine problems. 25%. Oh my word, that's what, about 50? Remarkable, isn't it? 50 were lost in engine problems, I believe. I think that's the right figure. I could be wrong, but I do apologise if I'm wrong on that. But anyway, it gave birth to the wonderful Avro Lancaster, and 44 Squadron received that at RAF Waddington. Amazing history, really. But it's really ironic because the Manchester evolved into, it had the same specification. There was no unique specification to the Lancaster. It's the same as the Manchester. It evolved. And the same thing happened with the Halifax. That had problems, lots of teething issues. They got rid of, there was a prototype, like I said, of the Halifax with, and again, Handley Page having the Halifax. But there we go, and you know, naming the Typhoon, they kept the theme of wind, you know, like the oh gosh, I'm lost. A tornado. They went with we had tornado, tempest. You know, they do have themes anyway. Thanks a lot everyone for the 1,000 likes. But it's amazing, really is amazing to understand how things evolved. And it occurred to me when I saw the 85th anniversary of the Lancaster, and I was thinking, well, it was a prototype. It was the start of many things. It was the beginning of what was going to become something beautiful. The legendary Avro Lancaster, and let's face it, the Lancaster was made with a special bomb bay, 12,000 pound of usual payload modified to have 22,000 pound Grand Slam bomb. The Lancasters were here. I haven't given you the full history because I started to talk history and we got aircraft. But here we go, but that's what we want anyway. I'll do my best to get you some more history a little bit later on, but that's exclusive info for our fans there regarding the Manchester, because, you know, such a unique story. It's got a little bit of rain, but we'll be all right. We'll be all right. That fact sheet is pretty cool. Big shout out to them with that fact sheet. I think that's brilliant. We've got a little bit more heavier rain coming at the moment, but nothing to be completely worried about. It's heavier. I say heavier, it's not heavy, but it's heavier than the lighter bits. I think I can see one more sprinkling in the distance coming towards me, so I think once that's done, I think we should be okay. Thanks Davey for the update. So two-seater Typhoons, they are what's classed as a, well, on the Ted Coningsby channel we call them the family version Typhoons, but they are indeed a T3, T for trainer. Also, I believe the T7, is it T7 Red Hawk? That's, I think that's, is that officially out now for the United States Air Force trainer? I think I saw something yesterday as a opening ceremony, a T7 Red Hawk. Looks cool, man. Boeing Saab T7 Red Hawk. Yeah, I do like that. I'm pretty sure I saw an opening ceremony. Do you know, on social media, I'm not the best at social media, right? But I do my bit. But you know, I find it frustration. You see a post quickly, and you try to slide quickly your finger down, and then it refreshes it, and you lose it. I hate that. I hate that when it does that. But anyway, you know. You know how it is. But welcome to the show. I will get you some history. It's been a long time since we spoke about the history, but I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll show you this. So back in look at that, beautiful. Got another Typhoon just taxiing out now. Back in 1938 at RAF Scampton, B932, you know, 1932 was the Air Ministry specification for Lincolnshire's iconic at the time, with 49 Squadron being the first to operate the Handley Page Hampden. And the reason why I'm showing you this is because this was the first aircraft to operate here at Coningsby, 1941 in February, and it was with 106 Squadron. On the side there would have been Zulu November with the Handley Page Hampdens. A 4,000 pounder payload, can carry an 18-inch torpedo. They classed it as a fighter bomber because of the way it manoeuvred. There was nothing fancy about it. It had some funky nicknames such as the Flying Tadpole, the Flying Suitcase, because of its 3-foot wide fuselage. I mean, that is a little bit claustrophobic. Nothing fancy, no facilities. I'm not gonna, I'll let your imagination run wild on that one. No facilities, no comfort, just there it was as it was. A twin engine, the Bristol Pegasus 1,000 horsepower rated engines. You get about 230 miles per hour thing, 4,000 pounder payload, but it did its job. However, the squadron that was operating it here ended up having the worst loss ratio of any Hampden unit, sadly. And that happened on the night on the 3rd of the 4th. The second Coningsby raid ever, the second mission of Coningsby on the night. Their first one was the 1st of March into the 2nd of March 1941. That raid, no losses. The second raid, the second mission, the first ever loss. The crew of 4 all gone of X3002. Rest in peace, lest we forget. And that was the night of the 3rd into the 4th. They did carry out a lot of Hampden missions here from Coningsby, and I say a lot while they transitioned to the Manchester, but before they did that, RAF Coningsby had a second squadron arriving here, Oscar Foxtrot, their markings. It was indeed the Avro Manchesters of 97 Squadron who came here in March of 1941. 106 were awaiting a conversion to the Manchesters, but the Manchesters being grounded week after week. They had no option but to go on their own, 106 Squadron, and eventually I believe both squadrons ended up flying the Hampdens instead of the Manchesters. Anyway, one Typhoon for departure. Reheats. Another Typhoon just taxiing for departure. Two Typhoons for departure. I can see a third one as well. Got one incoming as well. Let's have a little looky here what we got there. Give me 1 sec. Just got a bit of a funny airflow coming through the. A really funny situation here. Hang on. Let's get a good old trusty hairband. Getting there very slowly. So welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, home of the Typhoons of the Royal Air Force. It's got a bit of a sprinkling going on at the moment. A little rain, a bit of emotional weather coming. That's fine, we'll sort that out. Anna Luke, thank you so much for your kind recruiting of members there, gifting 20 Ted Coningsby memberships. Wow, thank you so much for your kindness. That is amazing. Thank you very much to Anna Luke. Wow. So we've got a bit of rain just battering us at the moment, a bit of emotion. And I think it's, hopefully, this is the sprinkling I was on about. It's actually quite bad now, but we'll be okay. Let's make sure it's all good, all covered. Yeah, it's looking good. See if I can get some of this off here. Sorry about that. Got a bit of sea spray here. It'll be all right. So I'm hoping once this goes, that could be it for the rain for now. But tomorrow, Lady Shents and Teddy Bears, brace yourself, and Thursday as well. Doesn't look good on Thursday. I don't know, we may have more. May have more that might get to us. Oi, oi! I don't know. I think we've got quite a bit coming now today. Yeah, actually, the weather has got worse. I think we're in for it a little bit later on. Oh well, we'll just keep going until we think, yeah, that'll do. Amazing how these radar apps and the Met Office apps, it changes, like as in the prediction. Almost every hour you'll get something different in it. To be honest, it does actually look worse than what it was supposed to be. At first it was supposed to disappear around 1, but it's not, unfortunately. It looks like we've got another major dose around sort of 2-3 o'clock, so we'll see how we get on. I don't like it when it does that. I can't plan my day, but it's fine, it's okay. It doesn't look heavy anyway if we get any, well, apart from 3 o'clock it looks bad. Hopefully it's wrong. I don't mind them being wrong. I like being wrong because then it means it's something good. So Typhoons are just spooling up on the main ASP. There's a few under the hangars that have just started up as well. More startups. Just about hear that sort of whistling sound as it starts up. That's the sound of the EJ200 engines. Typhoon has two of those wonderful engines, producing just over 20,000 pounds of thrust in each, on an airframe that, like I said, weighs very little at 24,000 pound empty. Oh, absolutely, well said about the ground crews. They have to work in all sorts of conditions. Strong winds with drop tanks rolling around, tags flying everywhere. A true testament. Nice one, well said from Skywise 314. 1CAG, oi to you. Dieter, Kilo Sierra 75, how you doing? Davey, Aspen, Margot. 77, Christopher Carr. Gary, how you doing, man? Sonic Sense, how you doing, eh? Nice one, Gary. Wibbs, Mark Moody, how you doing as well? Oi to everyone that's tuned in. And welcome to Anna Luke, who's just gifted 20 Ted Coningsby memberships. An absolutely wonderful, wonderful generosity there. Big oi to everyone that's tuned in. If you're new to the show, oi is how we greet each other. It's like saying hello. Unless you're Stuart Skeggs. Stuart Skeggs had a wonderful idea of printing oi stickers for his vehicle. Unfortunately, the stickers were for the inside of the vehicle, so when put on the vehicle, they spell Eeyore Eeyore. And that's how the story goes. For those wondering why Stuart Skeggs says that, that's where it's from. A wonderful story there. Love that. Alan Q, oi to you. But yes, welcome to the show, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the show. And oh, bless your heart. Thanks a lot, Katie Webber, for that. Thank you very much. But welcome to RAF Coningsby, England's second largest county during the Second World War. It was indeed nicknamed Bomber County. There was as many as 46 military airfields here, with an average of just 7 miles apart between airfield to airfield. And before that, though, we can't forget, although there wasn't a Royal Flying Corps airfield here, it was home to several airfields to defend the county against the Zeppelin raids during the First World War. To give you an idea of the you know, as an amount, there was 300 military airfields that stood at the end of the First World War. So that's kind of like the magnitude, that's the word I was looking for, the magnitude of how many military airfields that stood in England at the end of the First World War. And by 1924, this had been reduced to just 27, and many of the airfields were either recalled for expansion, and luckily by 1935, the military airfields began to rise again, and the threat of another war was sadly realised. In 1936, Bomber Command formed, along with Fighter Command and Coastal Command as well. And you got to remember, 1933, Hitler got into power, and before that, Germany was struggling economically. You know, it was falling apart, and you know, it was, how do I say, I mean, when you've got someone giving the boost like that of people that are really struggling, and the fact that, you know,
once you have a world war, it's very common to get a civil war. People are in dispute, people are arguing against it, there's different parties, the governments would have fled, Germany was put under scrutiny not to rearm again, and that's why, one of the reasons why that they didn't have the need for military airfields. They weren't allowed to rearm, but they did, because in 1935 things were happening. The Hermann Goering was made the air marshal of the Luftwaffe, but like I said, they weren't allowed to rearm. How did they do that? Well, my friends, they were doing it in secret. They were building massive amount of aircraft, merely dubbed as civilian, but they were indeed becoming the world's largest air force that the world has ever seen. And luckily this was noticed, and things were going on. The Guernica raid, the taking over of Czechoslovakia, and oh dear, oh dear, bit of a I'm not sure if you can hear that over rev there. It sounds painful. Oh, I always imagine a piston's going to come flying out of there. There was nearly a bit of an incident in the car park there. Anyway, so there you go. And grass runways were elected, and were selected for fighters, along with hardened buildings and some hard stands as well. And they were easy to pop up. In fact, there is a grass runway here at Coningsby. I'll show you the grass runway. They have one to train the BBMF as well on grass runways, because if there's an emergency and they have to land at places like Shuttleworth or operate from Shuttleworth, for example, those two high day glow markers, the beginning or the end of a runway, a grass runway, there you go, there's that's where it's designated. Again, that needs maintaining. Think of molehills popping out of there. That's always a nightmare for a bumpy ride. But yet the problems for grass runways were drainage. They had to look into the drainage of an airfield and the vicinity. They had to make sure there was no obstacles like a hill in Lincolnshire. I mean it's reasonably flat here, but that's one of the reasons why Manchester were kept really in Lincolnshire, due to an event of an emergency landing as well, because it was reasonably flat. I mean, when you've got that mindset, then you know that you're in a bit of trouble. But anyway, the idea of grass runways were easy to install, but if the airfield came under attack, there was always going to be some area, a nice stretch of grass that a Spitfire or a light bomber could probably take off from. You've all seen the movies, when you've got like a bird's eye view of an airfield getting shot. You see all these Spitfires or Hurricanes scrambling around. So yeah, that was the. I'll show you a diagram if I get a chance of the airfields of Lincolnshire, and you'd be quite amazed. Many of the Royal Flying Corps stations did become eventually expanded and developed into the Royal Air Force stations. But of course, as we spoke about heavier bombers, they needed hardened runways, and it was indeed plans to build Coningsby 1937, and eventually November the 4th 1940 the station was complete and built. It just needed its residents, and that came in February of 1941, and it was 106 Squadron Zulu November with the markings on their Hampdens in 1941. And it was March the 1st,
into the... Oh yeah, look at this. Yes. Go. Drag chute there, been used. Departure coming up. Look at this. In the rain. So just a recap there. 23rd of February 1941 saw the first residents 106 Squadron arrive with the Hampdens. Hampdens, of course, been operational by 49 Squadron in 1938 at RAF Scampton. First sortie, 1st of March into the second, no losses. 5 Hampdens took off for a raid over Hamburg, and the following night, completing their first mission, 106 Squadron took to the skies again for their next mission, back to back as a consecutive, but sadly it was Coningsby's first loss in operations of World War II. It was indeed X3002 which failed to return, and sadly losing the lives of all 4 crew on board. 15th of March, 106 Squadron were joined by 97 Squadron Oscar Foxtrot with their markings, equipped with the Avro Manchester. And if you want to know more about the Manchester and how it evolved into the Manchester Mark III, which was indeed renamed, or shall we say didn't give that name, but of course it's the Avro Lancaster. However, the unreliability, as you know, was grounded several times, and 106 Squadron sadly were having a really bad time here with the Hampdens at the highest losses. April the 10th into the 11th, 106 Squadron was sent on a small-scale raid over Dusseldorf, and 2 more Hampdens were lost. In fact, 106 Squadron had the highest loss rate percentage for a Hampden Squadron. Not a great reputation, and the men, 8 men lay side by side in a Dutch cemetery where 2 Hampdens were lost. In July and August, 106 Squadron lost a total of 15 aircraft. August 91, Hampden AE193, piloted by Sergeant Leon, was heading home from a raid over Duisburg, but disaster struck, as have it, as bad luck. Both Olympus engines failed. Oh, didn't see that taxi round there. Typhoons spooling in the distance. I can hear them, their engines running, which is all good. Yes, so I was telling you about a particular Hampden AE193 piloted by Sergeant Leon, and I'll tell you the story what happened to that. They were on their way home, and like I said, what luck to have 2 engines go. And luckily they were over the island of Texel of the Netherlands, and managed to belly land onto the sea. And as they evaded, they got their dinghy and kind of made a sail from their parachutes and using the harnesses to make some sort of makeshift paddle, and they were out at sea for 4 days. And of course, you know, exposed to, for the first 2 days, atrocious weather of rain and winds and high waves, and then finally the last 2 days were enduring just hot baking sun until they managed to get to the shore, completely probably like malnourished and dehydrated, living on nothing but raw shellfish. But they were captured, but they were given medical treatment as well. 97 Squadron were having actually a better time in the Manchesters, and I already said about the disastrous sort of reliability on them. And on the 8th of the 9th of April 1941, 97 Squadron took off to the skies in their new aircraft on a night raid for the largest raid of the war by Bomber Command on Kiel. But the Manchester, again, series of problems and accidents. There was even a crash here at Coningsby on takeoff. I've yet to find out whereabouts that was, but many were lost, you know, after the raids, homewards bound. It wasn't uncommon for a pilot to call out an issue with the engine, and the feathering of the engine didn't allow, and was struggling to come back with one engine, because they can fly with one engine, but if you can't feather your damaged engine, that can cause all sorts of problems. Hopefully the rain's going to stop, but I doubt it, unfortunately. But there we go. And eventually, you know, all the issues of the Manchester was having, 106 were actually also converted to be Manchester as well, but by early 1942. Just a quick story as well, just backtracking to October the 2nd, AD 768, a raid of Hampdens. I can't remember how many Hampdens were on this particular raid, but it was a raid over Karlsruhe near Frankfurt, and it was led by Sergeant Newby, who departed at 1800, and his flight of Hampdens, I believe there was a mixed flight, and they were 5 minutes away from target, and they were ordered to just basically stand down because the weather was so bad they couldn't see the target. But Sergeant Newby, being just 5 minutes away, just had that press on RAF style, I'm going to keep going, and he did drop the targets, drop the bombs on the targets. But when he headed back, he was met with ME-110s, which caused absolute havoc, to a point where his Bristol Pegasus engines were in a bit of a complete state. The compass and navigational equipment were obliterated, and eventually, knowing that they were over land but not sure where, they decided to bail out of the Hampden as soon as the two engines actually fail. Once they failed, so they actually landed on Ireland, and because Ireland was actually a neutral country, they were interned and spent most of the war just interned on Ireland. But 106 Squadron didn't have the best start in the Manchesters, with missions being aborted, but they did get their first sortie in their new aircraft on the 20th of March 1942. So there we go. Eventually 97 Squadron did move to Woodhall Spa, and RAF Woodhall Spa was built in 1942 as a satellite station to Coningsby. So just like RAF Mildenhall had Lakenheath, Tuddenham and Newmarket Heath for satellite stations, it's basically like extending your station, having satellite stations, just like the moon is our satellite, etc. I won't go into astronomy, but there we go. And then in 1942, here at Coningsby, 106 Squadron was to have a new wing commander. Aged just 23, Wing Commander Guy Gibson took command of the squadron, increasing the morale of the squadron. Now, he was the youngest commanding officer of a squadron in Bomber Command. He was the youngest, and a lot of the airmen didn't take fancy to him. They thought, you know, what's he after? Glory hunter. But the thing is with Guy Gibson, he had the right attitude. He didn't like desk jobs or pencil pushing. He wanted to fly. Being wing commander wasn't always wasn't always, they weren't always flying. It was actually, I think I covered a story where there was a wing commander and high-ranking officers in a raid, and they all were lost in a raid, and it was the last time that they allowed that. But Wing Commander Guy Gibson wanted to fly, and he got himself back into flying ops with mine laying in the Baltics on the 22nd of April 1942. He carried on with 3 more sorties in the Manchester during the following 3 weeks, and Gibson was a great commander and a pilot for the squadron. He was highly recognised for 18 night sorties, of which 6 were consecutive. The squadron was improved, and the performance was noted by analysts of 5 Bomber Command, and of course the Air Ministry recognised this. And I think his move here and his performance and the performance of 106 Squadron, I think personally this is what they gave the thumbs up. And you know, a big fan of Guy Gibson was indeed Air Chief Marshal, I forgot his name, Arthur Harris. Sorry about that. I nearly called him Bomber Harris, but that was actually his nickname, Bomber Harris. But there we go. So he was recognised, and interestingly, we always think of Scampton with 617 Squadron, but did you know it was actually Woodhall Spa that 617 Squadron actually took more missions there. Anyway, May 1942, Coningsby's aircraft took part in one of 3 of the 1,000 bomber raids over Cologne, which, again, if you don't know them, there were 3 night bombing raids against German cities. Bomber Harris didn't want to stand for it anymore. He wasn't taking the bullying attitude and sent 1,047 bombers. Now the thing is, we didn't have in the Royal Air Force 1,000 bombers, hence the 1,000 bomber raid, but he called upon the Coastal Command, which said no on the first 2 raids, but luckily on the 3rd raid they did. 599 of those bombers were Wellingtons, the most in that whole raid. We lost around about 47 bombers, which is actually a very, very good ratio. Problem is, we didn't have the pilots or the amount of aircraft, but Bomber Harris went to the operational training units, which was the World War II version of OCUs, and so they decided to say that if you were just weeks away from training and completing your training, you're done. You've got your wings, let's do this. So you've got to think of how many inexperienced. An operational training unit, the losses were extremely, extremely high. In 10% of men were lost in training in OTUs. A staggering amount when you think of the number, the 55,573. A staggering amount to Bomber Command. Eventually in mid-1942, 106 Squadron took their last mission over Coningsby until they moved to Syrton, because Coningsby was going to receive the Avro Lancaster. The end of the Manchester happened. Don't forget, Christmas Eve 1941, the Lancaster finally was delivered to Waddington, and it was 44 Squadron that had that, so January 1942 official, and it was proposed for the Lancasters to come here, which Guy Gibson was really itching to have it. So the new hardened Class A runways were needed, so Coningsby had to close the runways. Interestingly, Woodhall Spa, when the weather was bad, they would actually operate the Lancasters from Woodhall Spa, by the way. But transformation to the new runways meant that flying had to cease here at Coningsby, and they did, September 1942 to August 1943. But during this time, 5 Group Training Group, G Equipment School, and even Bomber Command's Reggie Field Cookery School, just kidding, the Field Cookery School, took residence here and made use of the facilities at Coningsby whilst the runways were being constructed. 106 Squadron eventually moved to RAF Metheringham, and they were there with their Lancasters in 1943. And if you go to the Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre, you'll see like the buildings with ZN Zulu November, because that was indeed their markings. In the spring of 1943, the first to use the new runways were 1514 beam approach training flight with the Avro Anson. We had Avro Anson here, and Airspeed Oxford. Also the beam approach training, and also known as BABS as well. Hi Babs, how you doing? Beam approach beam system. or blind approach beam system helped pilots to land in poor visibility using the beam approach system. It was indeed pretty much identical to the beam system that they had in Germany. If you don't know what that looked like, I will show you. Oh, maybe not. Talk history, get Typhoons coming in. Yeah, I don't think we'll do history at the moment. Ooh, I might be able to take the cover off actually, because it's really blowing a gale here at the minute. Really making it a little difficult. There we go. So let me see if I can just put that in my pocket quickly. Right, it's stopped raining for now, which is nice. Oh, that's better. Ah, finally, full control.
Got another Typhoon taxiing out for departure. One out, one in. Start up as well. see the cowlings on the inlets there, the intakes lowered. They are variable to control the amount. Typhoon's fairing flaps, as they call it, on the nozzles. There are 12 of those petals, shall we call it? Okay, another departure coming up. Here we go. So thanks to, big shout out to Perez Bush, who put this together for me, by the way. And just to give you the airfield situation during the First and the Second World War. This is Lincolnshire. Look at this. So in the green are the Royal Flying Corps airfields, and in the blue are the Royal Air Force stations of World War II. And the thing is, you've got these as well, which carried on life as Royal Flying Corps and carried on into the Second World War as well as Royal Air Force stations. So they were both operating as Royal Flying Corps and the Second World War. So pretty amazing stuff. For those that know about Scampton, it was once called Brattleby. Digby was Scotwick. There was a few name changes. You can see there, we're looking at around about, an airfield wasn't more than 7 miles away from station to station. Now I mentioned the beam approach as well. Again, they had a version of that in Germany, and it was developed over there. If I can find it, that is, in this cold weather. It was quite a clever system. I want to keep it as simple as possible. Beam approach, an early sort of primitive version of ILS, and it, hang on a minute, I'm going to need a clip, I think. Let's get that on there. There we go, that's better. Okay, so basically an early form of ILS, assisting pilots at night, and in Germany they called it the Lorenz system. And basically, in a nutshell, it's a signal called an equi-signal, a continuous signal that was sort of short-circuited, or shall we say, into Morse codes. So if you were too far to the left, you'll hear the dots of a Morse code on your headset in the aircraft. If you were too far to the right, you'll just hear the dashes. But if you put those two together, you'll get one continuous tone, okay? And that's how pilots found that they were in the center, on the center line. So too far to the left, and as you started to hear the dashes until you got in the center line with one continuous tone, hence what was called an equi-signal. And that's pretty much what they had here during the the beam approach blind system, which is pretty cool. It sounds like we've got more Typhoon spooling up as well. I'm just going to check ADSB as well on that. So yes, that's yeah, they may, yeah, I need to print a new one because I believe someone spotted I've got a town on there, or village on there twice, I think. Yeah, quite rightly. But there we go. How we're doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And yes, so first to use it was a beam approach training flight of number 1514 here at Coningsby before officially going back to main operations. And it was indeed on the 25th of August 1943, Coningsby was back on the command operations, and the famous 617 Squadron arrived here with the Lancaster bombers, and 617 flew many raids from Coningsby and eventually swapped with 619. So if you ever go to Woodhall Spa, and if you ever go and fortunate enough to visit the Petwood Hotel, you'll notice a lot of memorabilia and artifacts from 617 Squadron, 619, so on and so on, because it was indeed the home of officers as well. 97 Squadron were also there. A little bit beyond my knowledge that it was a military hospital as well, I think. And I can't remember if that was World War, yeah, early stages. So I'm just trying to think. So that would have been sort of around, my guess is going to be around 1940, just as a guess. For, wasn't World War One, but I think as just a guess there. But yeah, so 617 were here first, swapped with 619. So 619 came here as well. And that was in January 1944. And like I said, RAF Scampton always had its connection with 617 Squadron, but it was in fact Woodhall Spa, which was indeed Coningsby satellite station. And they operated from most of it, where Woodhall Spa was 617 Squadron's pretty much main stage. In fact, like I said, the Petwood Hotel was home to its officers. You know, the squadrons, so there was other Lancaster squadrons that made Coningsby its home as well. 61, 619, they took to the skies in many raids here at Coningsby. So, here we go. Try to see what we got coming up. I can hear some Typhoons started up. Also, Coningsby took part on D-day on its main operations. It was 97 Squadron that took to the skies over Normandy. 97 Squadron was amongst the first RAF casualties of D-day. It was Zebra Flight Lancaster, led by Wing Commander Jimmy Carter DFC, and he was in good spirits for the mission, as it was not too deep into enemy territory. Think about it, it was, you know, the idea of going into Normandy, their spirits were a little bit high. They weren't going into, you know, as far as Berlin or especially, you know, deep into Germany. It was on the coast basically, so they were in good spirits. And in fact, it was Jimmy Carter that quoted, "Thank God I'm not in OTU now." Those were his famous words, and this flight would actually cost him his life. They took off at 2:56 from Coningsby's runways. Let me just go and get you a FW190, just 1 second. If I've got it. So we always talk about the scramble and on alert of our Royal Air Force crew during the Second World War. But also, on the other side, we have to think about the tactics of the Luftwaffe. And across the channel, a German night fighter pilot, Hauptmann Helmut Eberspacher of number 1 SKG-10. Now, the thing is, there was a lot of experience at that time in Germany. And he was sitting on alert, and SKG-10 was the Luftwaffe fast bomber ground attack unit equipped with the Fokker-Wulf FW-190 G3s and G8s. Eberspacher was the holder of the Iron Cross first and second class, and he'd been promoted to Staffelkapitän to lead the third Staffel on the first grouper in May. And SKG-10, you don't mess with them. And SKG-10 flew hit and right fighter bomber missions with their FW-190s over southern England by day and by night. Now, due to the lack of regular night fighters in France, and in view of increasing number of night bombing missions being flown by the Royal Air Force against French targets, from April 1944 the FW-190s of SKG-10 were also employed on Wilde Sau. Now, this is an absolute daring tactic which cost the lives of Luftwaffe pilots with their own friendly fire. Now, I've always said to you, and especially on D-Day, that the moon can be your friend and it can be your enemy. The moon can light up your targets, but it can also light you up as well. Now, one of the things to remember, the Wilde Sau, which is what Eberspacher was a veteran of, shall we put it like that. Wilde Sau, right, what is that? It means wild boar in German, Wilde Sau. And this is our FW-190. It's just a special version with just 2 propellers. I'm giving in the motion effect. Now, there's the green heart as well. And Wilde Sau would use flak and moonlit nights as well. Right, where's our poor Lancaster? Okay, so flak would be fired upon on the Lancasters. Now, on cloudier nights, what would happen? I'm going to do it this way. Okay, I'm going to do it like that. Flak, so this is on the sidewards. Flak would be fired, okay, towards the cloudy skies, for example. This is where they really worked well. Flak would be fired, okay, at the Lancaster bombers to a particular height, altitude. With the moon being above the Lancaster, as soon as the flak exploded, it would light up it would glow the skies and leave a silhouette, and the reflection of the moon would show up the Lancaster, even if the moon wasn't even there. It was a bit more daring, yes, but it's a bit like a light box where you put a piece of paper and you can sketch. Every time the flak exploded, it would leave a silhouette for the night fighters to come and attack. A lot of German night fighters were lost in the Wilde Sau in friendly fire, okay? I don't know how the statistics looked good. I don't think it was that successful, but bearing in mind that Jimmy Carter was about to face these daring fighters and who were experienced, especially Eberspacher. In just a few minutes, Jimmy Carter's Lancaster, along with 3 others, all crew were lost to German night fighters. They would attack them from literally, they would dive and get them, and 4 of the Lancasters were lost. It was Coningsby's 97 Squadron with the first, I think the first losses of the Royal Air Force during D-Day. But you know, it was no match for the Butcher Bird. And another thing to remember, night fighters were just, you know, they just had guts of steel anyway. Think about it. If you remember my talk about the Manchester, and when I said about the same specification as the Halifax, one of the teething issues with the Halifax, after the Augsburg raid, which was a daylight raid into Germany in the city of Augsburg, when they switched to night bombing, the RAF didn't think about, or at least the designers of the aircraft, the manufacturers, didn't think about the exhaust flames coming out on night fighter missions. Now the Halifax was notorious with the Halifax exhaust being on the top, and it would leave flames, and night fighters were like, well, thank you very much, I'll have that. And I was watching a video about a German night fighter who would pick out, they'll look in the night sky, look at the 4 flames and go, right, just aim in the middle, job done. And it was as easy as that. And you'll find that the Lancasters did the same thing, but you will notice on some Lancaster photos, you'll see them with covers on it, exhaust covers, exhaust dampeners, like flame dampeners to hide the flames. They didn't think about that when they switched. It wasn't really an issue in daylight. So that was an issue that was resolved. The only problem is, though, it was one issue fixed, one issue created, because they were a little bit draggy, especially on the Bristol Hercules ones. They were a bit more of an issue with the aerodynamics of the, I think the exhaust was on the top on the Hercules, but there you go. So it's quite amazing to think about World War II tactics in that respect. In fact, the German night fighters used to use yellow and green flares as well to illuminate the fighters as well, illuminate the bombers. In 1944 as well, Mosquitoes began operating from Coningsby as well, and on the 19th of September 1944, how are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? 1944, 5 Group Bomber Command were given a bombing mission to use Mosquitoes for a mission over Bremen, and it was Gibson who took part in a raid, but did not use a Mosquito at Coningsby, but used the Mosquito at Woodhall Spa. There's a massive debate about this, but you know why he did that. He chose KB 267, a Mosquito of 617 Squadron. The raid went ahead, but it didn't go to plan, and I believe some sources suggest that the engines either the engines failed and they caught fire, but Gibson's Mosquito was seen heading back over the Netherlands, and his aircraft seen crashing at Steenbergen at around 22:30 at night after the raid, and crashed in the Netherlands. And Gibson flew a total of 171 operational missions. He shot down 4 enemy aircraft during his time as a night fighter with 29 Squadron. He was just 26 when he died. There's a lot of I guess that there couldn't have been many witnesses, but what they did confirm, 22:30, was seeing his KB 267. I believe there's parts at certain places that have been found that have made it back to Lincolnshire. But Coningsby thought he landed at Woodhall Spa, and Woodhall Spa thought that Gibson landed here. There was even that. They thought he was okay, but he didn't. 97 and 83 Squadron also operated the Avro Lincoln, another legendary aircraft that was a successor to the Lancaster. You see, the Lancaster, they were adding the 22,000 pounder, but it wasn't really made for that. You started in 22,000 pound on a Lancaster. Yes, it could do it, but it couldn't maneuver as well, and takeoff would literally need the entire runway. So taking out the metal platings for the armor protection, the turret would be removed. So yeah, they built the Avro Lincoln. But in the end, in 1953, Coningsby entered the jet era, the English Electric Canberra. Now, the Canberra and operations were to be a bombing, so it was still Bomber Command, still Bomber County with the English Electric Canberras. And in 1962 to 64, saw the Vulcan here at Coningsby. In fact, the Vulcans were parked up just down where the ORP is, Operational Readiness Platform, over there, ready to be scrambled. The crew bus would be over there. I saw a little painting of the blue crew bus. For those that know, the Vulcan B2 was operating here just for 2 years until they eventually moved them to Cottesmore. And then a era of the jet era. See, 1968 was the final year here at Coningsby for Bomber Command Ops, because in 1969 a fighter aircraft arrived. Now, bit of a controversial story in some ways, but Coningsby, to replace the Canberra, was going to be the TSR-2. That didn't go ahead, as we know, and then the RAF ordered around 50 F-111K aardvarks. I know, that was the K version, was the designation for the RAF's aardvarks, but for some reason that got cancelled, and I've seen photos of the F-111Ks in production actually. It didn't go ahead, and it was eventually number 6 Squadron that arrived here with the spook, the F4 Phantom, arrived here at Coningsby. Many squadrons, 228 operational conversion unit for the Phantom, 29 were here, and various other squadrons who eventually moved in the late 70s to RAF Wattisham to replace the role that the English Electric Lightning was undertaking, and it was over there acting as a QRA station. I know, amazing, right? Amazing transition, really. So yeah, you had like 29 fighter squadron that were here. Yeah, there were indeed a fighter, 41 fighter as well. There was also 23 56 fighter. 29 squadron actually disbanded with the Phantom at the time. And in 1976 saw the BBMF arrive here. There was also Jaguars here due to the shrinking of Coltishall. Harriers. So Harriers and Jaguars were flown with 41 squadron as well. So there was a lot of aircraft here at Coningsby. I'm pretty sure I've got all of them at the moment. And then of course things changed. Tornado F3s arrived in 1984. The Tornado era. Thanks Davey for the pics, man. Davey's on the case, bless him. Davey's, bless him, always, and Perry as well, sending info in the background, sending photos. Thanks a lot to you guys. Spanner Flight sending info live. And then, as we said, 1994, the Typhoon made its first flight, and in 2003 at BAE Systems Warton Aerodrome, 17 Squadron received them, and that was at BAE at Warton Aerodrome. And then, like I said, 19th of May 2005, 17 Squadron brought the Typhoon here. 29 Squadron were chosen to become the operational conversion unit to train the latest and greatest airmen and women on the Typhoon, followed by 3 fighter, 11 fighter, 41 test and evaluation squadron, and as recent as 2020 it was indeed number 12 that came here as a joint Qatari, Emiri and Royal Air Force squadron, with the interest of Qatar purchasing the Eurofighter Typhoon. At RAF Leeming, number 11 Squadron of the Qatari Emiri Air Force are being trained on their version of the T2, which is a Hawk Mark 167. Now, it is a T2, but that's the designation of their aircraft. Once they have qualified, and it is a little bit, it is exactly like an RAF Valley for the Qatari Emiri Air Force crew. Once they've passed their advanced flying training, they come here at Coningsby, but fly with number 29. They don't go to 12. They go to 29 first until they are fully qualified. How about that? I think I got that all. Oh yeah, Davey, I love that photo, man. Let's have a look here. What we got here? Oh yeah, what we got here? We got a bit of KB. Davey sent me a photo of KB parts at Binbrook Museum. Oh wow, what's that doing there? That's awesome, man. That's pretty cool. And Davey showed me a picture of the F-111Ks. Wow. Does anyone know why they cancelled, Davey? Maybe you can answer. Does anyone know why they cancelled the F-111Ks? You know, being close or at least ordered. Don't know, a change of mind. You know, dare I say it? Was it indeed political? I don't. You know, not that we do get into that, but you know, fact is fact at the end of the day. If that's what's happened, but I don't actually know. I never give you an answer for that. A little bit of info as well. 1973, the Battle of Britain flight. Yes, I've missed out a word deliberately. Who didn't have the Lancaster at the time at Coltishall. When they received in Norfolk, when they received the Lancaster, that's when they added memorial to the title. It's had a bit of a few name changes, such as the historic flight as well. But yes, oh right, it was. So yeah, okay, so it was political. Oh. I see. Okay, thanks, Davey. Well, fact is fact. If that's the answer, that is the answer. No given. Cheers for that, man. Perry as well, thanks for all your info as well. Lovely jubbly. Well, it's blue skies at the moment. We'll take that. So welcome to the show. For those that missed it, I'll give you a little rundown on the Typhoon. For those that have missed it, we do have a couple of Phoons, I believe, coming in. So in fact, there's quite a few on approach. Here we go. Dance around like that. It's pretty cool, isn't it? So, oh yeah, cheers for that. Thanks, Davey. I will, mate. Thank you. more, just arriving back. Fuel as well. Touch and go. You alright?
Yeah, not too bad.
Well, the sun is coming out quite nicely now. So welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're just we've got a few more foons before we finish up for the day for us. Still quite a few out there. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Oh, good. Let's have a look. Right, here we go. Dita, how you doing? Margot, 555, Triple Nick. That is a good question. 555, Triple Nick, how you doing? So there is a particular circuit, and you may notice that sometimes they'll turn right and come out of the circuit, for example. You can do that, and if you go out a little bit further out, you can then use it's a bit like the CMATs, the combined military aerodrome traffic zone, Mildenhall and Lakenheath. If you go further out, you'll end up using Cranwell's radar if you go too far out. So with regards to your question about are there markers, it's basically you've got finals, you've got downwind, you've got upwind, you've got the base leg. So there's kind of like markers as opposed to using the runway, but they will literally turn left here, as you can see, and they'll turn round, and this area is called downwind, so they'll use that as part of the circuit. That is the traditional circuit. You'll also hear the air traffic controllers, whether it's runway 25 left hand or right hand as well. Again, there are sort of like invisible markers that they would use, but that is pretty much the circuit, as you noticed. Same with Lincolnshire, same with anywhere, they tend to use the same, and again you do that for good reason, for safety as well. All aerodromes and runways have a circuit and they'll use that system. You may hear vectors as well, again they can use that. Again, I could make a diagram to show you that. That's probably the best way for me to show you. So they do have a set circuit, yes. How far do they go out is probably what you were looking for as your answer. It's I think without doing a diagram, it's harder for me to show you, but I'll show you a little diagram of that if you want me to. But that said, the pilots would know when they're on downwind, it's going in the opposite direction of the runway in use, so that they turn round on final, and final and the base leg are over, sort of around there at this angle over there. So you'll hear the call sign, speed 123, final gear down, to confirm to tower that they've got their gear down. It's about there. I mean, on the simulator, didn't really see any. I just, yeah, that was quite fun. For those who know what happened to me on the simulator, that was quite funny. Landing light now for the Typhoon, or the landing lights, as they're a set of two. Looks like we've got Vandal on the way back, as well as Rampage. Well, definitely Vandal looks promising. Yeah, they have points as well, like Point Charlie. They have that system here. There's certain areas where they can turn into as well. You do hear, I can't remember what points they have here. I think Bravo definitely, and Delta, and I think they do have a Charlie here. It's been a long time because I don't really use the radio, so I can't really hear anything that they're saying. Touch and go coming up. When the gear is retracted, they'll turn right, usually. I think it's a good time for a PTO, I think, personally. do you reckon? I think it's time. I think it's time. I think it's time. You think it's time? I think it's time. I don't know what is going on. I have to have some little tea to cool me down, you know what I mean? Here comes our food. That is a very rare ZJ. Now ZJs are technically a Tranche 1 airframe, one of the original. There are 2s and 3s here at Coningsby, and I can point them out to you, but the ZJ is probably one of the last few remaining Tranche 1 frames that have survived. This one here is a T3, a family version 2-seater Typhoon in a Tranche, probably a Tranche 2 frame actually, I would have thought that one. And this one here is a Tranche 3. Now how can I tell? Well, there are connections on the fuselage that were there for the Typhoon, I know, right, having conformal fuel tanks. And you can see those 2 bumps. Can you just see them there, the big ones on the top of the fuselage, either side, left and right? You can see definitely one there, sort of. Yeah, you can see that one there in the future. This one is a Tranche 2, doesn't have them. As you can see, there isn't any on there. It's just below the either side of the RAM heat exchanger. So they're missing on here. Look, see, none. They're on this one. Spot the difference. You see, you can definitely see the one on the left fuselage there, just to the left of the tail there. There you go. So you just had Tranche 1, 2, and 3. So. This one is a Tranche 3. Got polo shirts, got these. What else did we have? Got some new t-shirts.
Alright.
And hopefully later on in the year some other new t-shirts as well for the summer. Yeah. And a new hoodie as well that's going to come out later in the year. Yeah, got them coming. I'm test driving them.
I'll keep my eye open.
Yeah, man. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, there should be some more new stuff.
Yeah.
So, Tranche 1, 2 and 3 down there, that's pretty cool. There's a few differences between the 1 and the Tranche 2, one of them being the computer, the engine diagnostic system was a touch screen on the Tranche 1. Now it sounds all, you know, all nice and advanced, however, in this country we usually have a lot of rain, or at least every day is nearly wet, and the touchscreen wasn't working as good as it should be when the screen gets wet, so that wasn't very good. So tranche 2 onwards had actual good old traditional buttons. So that's one difference. And the other one, a little bit of you need to be a bit eagle-eyed, is the positioning or the orientation of the landing lights. And I can't remember which way round it is, but on the landing lights, the difference between the 1 and the 2, one of the landing lights is set horizontally, the 2 LEDs or the bright LED lights, and the other is set vertically, and I cannot remember which way round it was. There you go. Whether they've I had a close inspection and I noticed this tranche 1 that's survived, I think it's had some upgrades to it anyway, so it's done away with the old LEDs and the match, but that was one of the differences apparently. But I cannot remember for the life of me what way round a 1 and a 2 was. But what I do know is that those were some of the differences. ZJ, completely nothing to do with the actual avionics, but ZJs were the original tranche 1 serial numbers. When they got to ZK, they started off with tranche 2. I think there were a few serial numbers that broke the pattern, so to speak. I think there was a scenario where a couple of the serial numbers were kind of breaking that pattern a little bit, if I remember from my tutorial. Doctor, how you doing? Watching from Scotland, how you doing? Daniel, hope you're good. Davey, Mayhem, Gary Inge, oi oi to you. Captain A, Margot, I've got a Typhoon not far away, just about 2.5 miles out. Mark Moody, Alan Q, the Lundy Gruffalo, how you doing? Dieter, Gikier, how you doing? Alex Raven, welcome to the show. Ollie, Doug Streams, how's it going? Oi oi to you. Oi oi Alex Raven, how you doing? Hope you're good. Just sent your message on here, hope you're well. Yeah, sadly I'm not always on here because obviously I am filming, but now and again I will have a quick, especially when I've got a cup of tea, I'll have a quick nose, see if I've got any questions. Adrian Anderson, oi oi to you. Right, got one inbound. I'm just gonna take the camera a minute. 9 times out of 10 it will probably do a touch and go. Or low approach. Touch and goes and low approach is part of the training. Touch and goes allow the pilot to get more takeoff and landings in one sortie. Also, due to an emergency, should there be one, the pilot is pretty clued on making a touch and go. Using the foreplanes to create some drag to slow down the aircraft as well in the downward position. Stand still. coming up. Letting these go for a minute while I put the cover on. It's pretty bad now. You all right, buddy? I don't know. Sorry?
Grandson,
Oh, right. Oh, good. Congratulations, Tim.
gone up to Ridley.
Oh, nice. Should have another, a couple more just coming in now. Just check. Yes, got a couple more coming in. Looking a bit empty on the main ASP there, isn't it? Whew. How we doing, ladies, sheds, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. And we've got a Typhoon, I think, yeah, it's just turning around now over Spilsby. Got another one over Alford as well. So it looks like we've got a couple more arrivals. And then that should see us done for the day. And I hope you've all enjoyed it. It's certainly been a good one. Thanks to everyone that's tuned in today and given their fair share of support as well. Ted's got his guard marches to do as well. Thank you very much. Alex Raven got a question here. Let's have a look. I did see bits of it. There we go. If they're going to fly overseas, is there a compartment to store the covers? Okay, so, you know, equipment like that are normally taken by the ground crew anyway. There'll be a team of crew anyway that would have done that, but there is somewhere to put a bag of clothing and luggage in the Typhoon. Yes, there is. However, I hope you got to hear that. So yeah, there is a compartment. Doctor, how you doing? Hope you're good. Williams, oi oi to you. Yes, so for pilots going away for a few days, there is a compartment to put items like luggage in. It's not very big, but it's enough to put a bag in there. But yeah. I'm laughing because I know a story and I'm not prepared to. Yeah, when you see me in person, I'll tell you the story. How about that, eh? Anyway, it's nothing bad. It's just a bit of fun. Baggage allowance. You never know, man. You never know. Let's have a look. But yeah, tags and bags, as in the blankets and stuff, covers and protectors for the Phenom. They will most likely have a ground crew that would take all that, or there is a compartment for that. Actually, I'm not 100% sure if, yeah, because obviously they take them out here, and there'll be another set that the ground crew would take with them. That go on, such as red flag, so there'll be a ground crew there designated. You know, the squadron's ground crew would have taken all the blankets and the tags and covers. Right, here we go. 2 Typhoons inbound. Here we go. Typhoon does have an internal ladder as well that the pilot can use to get out. The only squadron to use the Fairy Fox before the Second World War. It became their, kind of like their mascot, or their especially featured on their squadron crest, their insignia. Leads the field is 12 Squadron's motto. Looks quite decent behind me. Raining a lot, it's just this big droplets. And of course, for those hardcore Typhoon fans of the Royal Air Force, know that on Wednesday is a big day for the Royal Air Force Typhoon Display Team 2026 as they officially announce the new pilot. And yeah, so a big day on Wednesday. So you can see one of the red covers that I said under the radome. There's two that hide, well, not hide, sorry, but protect the ADPs, the aircraft data pitos, which are obviously extremely important. You don't want one of them getting damaged or failing. Well, I think it's been a good day. Tell you what, I've got to remember to bring you some more Typhoon models on the show, some different ones, of course. We do have our beloved Blackjack as well, which I know it's a lot of people's favourites. Good old Blackjack. Oh, it's been an absolutely brilliant day. Gotta give it that. Right, Ted, where are you, mate? I'll get Teddy. But yeah, great day. It's been absolutely incredible. And Avro Owl, thank you very much for the super chat today. Thank you very much for that. Ted's just coming now. He's just finishing off his salmon roll. Avro Owl, thank you very much. Ted glowing in the golden sun there. Avro Owl, thank you very much. A butty to go with the coffee. Thank you very much. A guard's march to you for the super chat. Thank you very much. Dieter as well. Thanks for the super chat as well for the great work on the diagrams and drawings for education. Love it. No worries. Thank you very much for your kind words. Guards march. Richie B, 20 months membership. I love the smell of aviation fuel in the morning. So do we. Sue W, member for 18 months. Thank you very much. A guards march. Nick Smith, Happy New Year all. Guards march to you. Thanks a lot, Nick. Colin Dutton with 20 months membership. And Anna Luke earlier, just a few moments ago, high five, paw pump, a salute, and definitely a fly past for that. Gifting 20 Ted Coningsby memberships, and you've actually just had a real fly past high and dry up there from Cromwell's T1 Phenom. A guards march to you. Thank you so much for that wonderful generosity of gifting 20 Ted Coningsby memberships. A guards march, and with an actual fly past as well in the background from a Phenom T1. Thank you very much. Alan Q, thank you very much for the super chat as well. Guards march. Aaron R, member for 17 months. Oh yeah, 17 months. Gary Inge, guards march to you. Great stream today, this afternoon. Thanks for your super. The Lundy Gruffalo, 35 months membership. Oh look, it's nearly my 3rd birthday. Thank you very much. And also we got Zani Whoop, 69. Welcome, high five, guards march. Thanks for gifting thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you very much. Lots of new members today joining us on this wonderful adventure. Bye. See ya. Well, I think that's pretty good. I think we got a couple of Typhoons on RTV. Maybe we can wait for them. Let's wait for them. I think we've got Typhoon 69. Looks like they're on their way back. I can hear an Atlas. It's got that distinctive buzzing sound, which would be behind me somewhere. I mean, how low is it? It must be below the trees at this rate. Must be pretty low because I can't see it, believe it or not. But there we go. Hello Red Ted, how you doing? You right, mate? What you got there? Typhoon? What's wrong? What's happened to your Red Arrow Hawk? Oh, you got a lift. Okay, mate, see ya. It's, Red Ted just flying past on his Typhoon. Yeah, so we'll just catch these last, or our last typhoons, just coming back. Just sort of heading to the west of Alford. And then should be taking a right over Spilsby, East Kirkby sort of area. Oh yeah. Okay, just a few minutes to go for the some arrivals. Just coming up now, can see them now on ADSB. For those that wondered how much ADSB is refreshed, it's every 1 second as it uses GPS tracking. Each aircraft is equipped with an ADSB receiver, and there's an ADSB in to receive data such as the weather conditions, etc., for any data that they may require, and an ADSB out. Out gives out the data of the aircraft, such as call sign, information such as altitude, speed, etc. Gives out all the data. It uses GPS and not your traditional ground stations of radar, for example. Waiting for the typhoon to got quite nice. Unfortunately, it's not going to be like this tomorrow. I'm a bit stuck for tomorrow. I'm not sure where to go tomorrow, but leave it with me. I'll see what I can do. Can't guarantee a show tomorrow, but Wednesday, yes, Wednesday is a defo. Thursday doesn't look great, and Friday, I'll wait till till tomorrow till I decide about the weather. Then we've got some wet days coming, and Thursday and tomorrow are those days. Amazing where you get one day just amazing, and then the two either end of it are emotional. Aircraft that fly in formation are not all required to use their GPS out. For example, red arrows or formation of typhoons can have just the lead flight with their ADS-B out switched on. I always refuel the aircraft straight away on RTB. Stops condensation building up inside the fuel tanks, which could be extremely dangerous. And also it's ready for the next sortie. So that's us done for today, I think, Teddy. I think we're all good to go. Thank you very much. I think that's us done for today then. Ladies and teddy bears, it's been an absolute pleasure today. Hope you've enjoyed today. We've had some good fun, lots of history, sort of intermittent history. Due to the amount of movements, there's been a lot of departures today. Really good fun. Hope you've enjoyed it. Lovely sky, lovely sunset coming up, and what another great stream for you to have enjoyed. And I hope you have. I hope you've enjoyed it with us today here at RAF Coningsby, and we'll see you on the next one, definitely. First of all, if I could just take the opportunity to thank everyone at RAF Coningsby. Thank you very much for protecting our airspace. And thank you to all our fans and members. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. It means a lot, and it's only January, right? Where are we going to end up in the year? Thank you very much, everyone. Much love to all of you who have tuned in today, and those as well that lurk and those that take part in all the chats. So thank you very much, and we'll see you on the next one. So my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya.
Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted.
Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.